Hello and welcome to yet another video. This is the 19th episode of the story in which Naruto almost dies at Final Valley, but fate still wants him to live. The Shinigami takes an interest in Naruto and makes him its first summoner. Watch Naruto as he shows the world what it's like to summon the Death God. This story comes from Kyubigoku. Make certain to support him, her. Please like and subscribe to show your support. Let's get the show started. Within the region of Hai no Kuni, in the dead of night, four figures slowly came up to a door. The obvious lead of the group swiftly knocked on the door 10 times in a sequential pattern. The door didn't open, however it was obvious that the group was expecting it not to. Word to the wise, all those who pass death's door, came a voice from the other side of the door. The leader cleared her throat and finished the phrase. Shall receive divine judgment from his summoner, she finished. It was silent for just a moment before a series of clicks and locks were heard. The door quickly opened. "Yo, glad you guys made it," said Kakashi Hatake as he held the door for Kushina, Mikoto, Naruto and Sasuke. The four joining members of Heineken smiled before they walked into the room while Kakashi closed the door. "I still don't see why we had to make the password about me," Naruto charged with a small pout across his face as he rested his blade against a table. The others couldn't resist the chuckles or smirks that came from their faces. "Because you are more or less a central focus in this group, loser. Now stop complaining," Sasuke instigated. Naruto was more than ready to retort to his blonde teammate before his mother/lover slapped a hand over his mouth. Naruto grumbled out obscenities against Sasuke while Kushina rolled her eyes. "Sochi, let it go. We have more important things to deal with." Databane, Kushina said to him. Slowly Naruto stopped fighting and merely settled for glaring at the still grinning Uchiha. Kakashi gave a bright eye smile. Mikoto merely laughed good-naturedly. However, that didn't last long before she looked out through the remainder of the house. "Kakashi, where is Yugao? Is she sleeping?" Mikoto asked. The other three members seemed to be wondering the same thing before they frowned as Kakashi's smile disappeared and was replaced by a hardened glare. "Yugao is currently resting upstairs. She has been unconscious for the past 3 days, Kakashi remarked without any tone of amusement. This situation couldn't afford any. Sasuke straightened up while Naruto folded his arms. Mikoto lowered her gaze while Kushina took a step forward, obviously very calm for now. "What happened?" Kushina asked, looking at Kakashi's eye as hard as she could. Kakashi, himself, had been dreading this conversation and figuring out the best way to say it to everyone without sounding too out of place, but he hadn't been able to come up with anything. So there was nothing left except just plain telling it straight. Kakashi only hoped that his team would take this as seriously as he was. "Yugao and I were ambushed." "Well, it's probably better for me to say that Yugao was. Our plan was, as we all went over, Yugao and I left a week early to scout out the daimyo palace. When we stopped to take a small break we took point. After 5 minutes I called for Yugao. I didn't get a response. 5 minutes turned to 20 minutes and before long I summoned Pakken. He told me that he sensed Yugao and someone else with her. Arriving at the location I noticed Yugao was confined in a glass prison, yet the glass must have been very strong because I saw Yugao attacking it furiously, but it wouldn't even crack, never mind break. However, I saw a person who captured her down there. He was wearing a staging play mask. Pakken called his chakra strange. We actually mistook it for Akatsuki for a moment. However, he kept urging Yugao in her fruitless struggle. I decided to engage. He and I talked about peace and the world. This man, he's with a group targeting the daimyo. In the glass prison, Yugao was losing oxygen just like someone would in the water prison technique. She fainted from asphyxiation. Then the man mentioned Naruto. He said to take care of Naruto because he was blessed by the god of death. He then disappeared. I collected Yugao and retreated. I applied medical techniques where I could, but she won't wake up, Kakashi finally finished. It was then that everyone turned their gaze towards Naruto. The blonde blinked at the eyes of each individual. What? Naruto asked. Seeing the silence, Mikoto was the one who spoke. Naruto-kun, have you told anyone else about your contract? I thought you wanted to keep it hidden cause you feared what the world would do if it found out you had the god of death as a summon, Mikoto said, making Naruto quickly nod. I haven't told anyone recently. I don't know these people. Naruto quickly asserted. Kushina slowly nodded. It's alright, Sochi. I know you would have explained it to me if you did. Still, that doesn't eliminate the threat. So based on Hokage-sama's report from the Umbu, we can surmise that this is a terrorist group looking to overthrow the daimyo, and this man Kakashi encountered is perhaps one of the more pivotal members. Kakashi, what can you tell us about his chakra? Kushina asked. At this question, Kakashi looked down. I couldn't sense chakra. I felt nothing from him. It was like he wasn't emitting any sort of life essence at all. I did question my thought processes, but I knew without a doubt that what I was looking at was the hollow shell of a person, Kakashi remarked. At these words, Mikoto and Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Now it was rather obvious that it truly wasn't Naruto as they had expected. Even Naruto had a presence about him. Though it took a little more than the average person was probably capable of doing, he was still able to be felt or sensed. The fact that Kakashi couldn't have sensed the assailant at all was also rather worrying. Not only did that mean that they would have a hard time distinguishing the person they were looking for, but they would also have to be even more alert. Will the plan still work? The daimyo is hosting his party in just under a week. We can hope that Yuga wakes up in that time, but we'll have to plan a contingency if she doesn't. Worst case scenario is that if she doesn't wake up in another 2 days, then we should have a medic look her over, Kakashi said as he slowly leaned himself off the wall. Kushina placed a small finger to her chin. More or less, the fact of finding a medic wasn't Kushina's worry. She then slowly looked up at the stairwell. As she took out her sword, Kushina swiftly stabbed it into the floor of the building. Kuchios no Jutsu, Kushina called. As she had done so, everyone watched as the spectral forms of Toka and Sasori appeared from her sword. The two summons stood before their summoner. Sasori-san, Tokai-san. For the next 3 days I want you to watch the daimyo and his family. Never let them out of your sight if you can help it. Anyone comes up to him from his advisor to potential guests, I want to know about them, Kushina said, making the two swiftly nod. The redhead leader of the group then turned around to face the rest of her peers. We're going to have to operate under the assumption that these people can come as close to the daimyo as they want. They could even potentially be in this town without anyone knowing, Kushina said before her son spoke. So wait, what's to keep them from killing him right now? I mean, it would be simple if no one could sense them, right? That's what any shinobi would do, Naruto remarked. Kushina didn't answer as she was still thinking it over, but fortunately Kakashi had done so. The man called his plan a revolution or a revolt. One thing in common with all terrorist organizations is that they want to be as flashy as possible. They feel it's their prerogative to make sure everyone sees what they do. Otherwise it would hold no purpose. They will make an attempt on the daimyo's life, but only when the other daimyo and their escorts are there. It would serve no purpose if they did otherwise, Kakashi explained. Naruto slowly nodded. Meanwhile, Kushina sent off Sasori and Toka to the daimyo compound for more security reasons. So what do we do now? Sasuke asked, folding his arms. Kushina just sighed as turned around. Well, we're not going to be doing anything till tomorrow. We'll meet with the daimyo in secret. For now, let's better if these people don't know we're here. We're not a regular squad, so we're not in compliance with doing things the standard way. For now we'll sleep, Kushina said, making the others nod. As Kushina watched Kakashi, Mikoto and Sasuke disappear, she smiled when she felt a soft, warm kiss at her shoulders. "Don't you ever think about anything else?" Kushina asked, making Naruto grin. "You know me, Kachan. I always aim to please Dadabayo," Naruto remarked. Naruto watched his mother smile before he felt her lips press against his own. It was a soothing feeling. "Down, boy," Kushina said with a wink before collecting herself. Naruto grinned before he walked off as well. As Naruto placed his finger on the lights, he paused. Slowly Naruto glanced at the door. There was that feeling again. That same feeling he got just before he left Konoha with his team. There was someone at the door. And they were still there. Naruto narrowed his eyes and reached for his sword, but whomever was behind the door surprised Naruto as they quickly vanished. If there was even someone to begin with. Perhaps Naruto was going insane. "Kyubi, did you feel that one?" Naruto asked. At this time, Kyubi frowned as he looked at the door. "Yeah, this is more likely akin to what you told me back in the village. I had wondered why you asked if I felt anything. When you were running through the forest, I got a better feel for it being awake. There was something there, but I wasn't sure what. Perhaps that's why we couldn't accurately sense them." "Don't get soft, brat. Whatever is happening, it's going to take a combined effort to stop these people," Kyubi warned. Naruto heeded the warning by nodding his head and turning out the lights. He quickly walked to join his mother in their bedroom. Haku felt a small bead of sweat go down her neck as she sat on a pillow waiting for the daimyo to arrive. She had initially done this yesterday, but word was that the water daimyo was running a little late. Haku necessarily didn't mind. However, even in her mind, she wished he didn't show. Haku's body was covered in garments from some of the things the clothing stores had been more than kind enough to make for her. In light of not having a mansion, Haku decided that the best place to do this was none other than the head of the Uzumaki compound. It wasn't the most amazing of places, it offered its services where they were needed. Every second the water daimyo wasn't here was another second Haku was thinking against this idea. To her sides, laid Karen, her aide, and Zabuza, her guard. For the time being, Cheyenne was off to the shrine reading some scrolls. Jugo and Suigetsu were actually on the rooftops looking for potential danger. Kamachi was just outside the door. Itachi was actually with Konan in another part of the compound. Haku doubted the water daimyo would have been thrilled to have an Akatsuki member there. Haku also managed to have a few civilians from the Uzumaki village to actually help around the compound. Strangely enough, it was odd that the people were actually enthusiastic to do it. Perhaps everyone really wanted a daimyo. Also perhaps the fact that some people knew Haku was another plus. "Hakusan, stop fidgeting with your dress. You're going to mess it up," Karen said, straightening the seams of said elegant dress. Haku released a sigh from her lips. "It's hard to sit still like this for hours on end." "I apologize," Haku said, making Karen release a separate sigh. Zabuza just watched the interactions happen before a knock on the door came. "All right, Hakusan, show time," Karen said, and Haku nodded, releasing the last of her breaths. "Enter," Haku replied, and the door opened, showing one of the civilian attendants. Her smile brightened the room as she held up a piece of paper. "Hakasama, the water daimyo is here to see you," the woman said with her smile. Still brightened. Haku swallowed the lump in her throat and merely nodded. "Arigato, Tsunami-san." "Please, show him inside," Haku said expertly. Tsunami slowly bowed before she closed the door. Haku took a calming breath. At her side, Karen snickered, which made Haku send her a light glare. Karen waved it off, but everyone stood fast as the door opened. Once the door opened fully, Haku got a swift look at the water daimyo. He was definitely old. Much older than Zabuza, if the wrinkles on his face were something to see. He wore a medium-sized light yellow kimono as well as the traditional daimyo headgear which Haku sported as well. Along with him came his male aide and 2 bodyguards. The water daimyo seemed to be taking in her appearance. Haku could tell he was surprised. He didn't exactly try to hide it. No doubt he would be surprised. Someone who could pass as his granddaughter was in a position of such political power. He then shifted his gaze to Zabuza and stiffened. Of course, Zabuza was a notorious person from water country. However, he staved it off. It is a pleasure to finally meet with the daimyo of the land of eddies. I had not expected such a young woman to take office, the water daimyo said. Haku raised an eyebrow before smiling. You flatter me, water daimyo. It is a pleasure to welcome you into the land of eddies, Haku said with a small bow. The daimyo slowly nodded before he seated himself. His aides sat behind him while his guards leaned against the wall. Karen, please fix us some tea, Haku said. In a swift motion, Karen stood to her feet and bowed. At once, Hakasama. I shall return momentarily, Karen said before walking out the door. The water daimyo slowly smiled gently upon her greeting. It was a surprise to learn that the land of eddies was rich with culture once again. I must ask Whirlpool daimyo. How did you and your people come into contact with the land of eddies? For years, Water Country has attempted to claim the land as part of our charter, but have been unsuccessful due to the tremendous waves and whirlpools that abound the surrounding islands. It's just a surprise to me, the water daimyo said while Haku placed her robed hand over her mouth and gently chuckled. Well, water daimyo, one of the main reasons that we were able to come here was because the waves and whirlpools were actually made by the Uzumaki clan in order to protect the island. We naturally stumbled on the last remains of the clan itself, which helped us to proceed to bring back life to the island, Haku explained. Zabuza actually had to hand it to his student. All those overnight lessons, thanks to some of the scrolls Kushina had stocked in the library, were proving fruitful. She seemed to fit the role perfectly. News from Haku seemed to shake not only the water daimyo, but also his guards and aide. News of the long-dead clan of Master Fuinjutsu legends coming back was an interesting thing. Actually, he had heard of the Uzumaki clan attempting to reform itself back in Konoha. A terrifying thought, actually. I see. How fortunate for you, the water daimyo said as the door slowly slid open, revealing Karen with a tray and cups of tea. She swiftly brought the cups down before bowing and taking her place back behind Haku. The water daimyo took a small sip of the hot tea while Haku did the same. Your aide makes great tea, the water daimyo complimented. Karen snorted. What was so great about it? It was merely hot leaf water. However, she merely bowed to the compliment. Haku did the same. Hi, Karen-san is one of our best tea makers, Haku said with a wide smile. The water daimyo nodded. He could definitely see why. As the two settled their cups down, the water daimyo leaned forward. Now then, Whirlpool daimyo, I would like to ask. Will you be going to the fire daimyo's party this week? The water daimyo asked. Haku blinked as she turned to Karen for a confirmation. Karen twitched an eyebrow, but nodded. The fire daimyo was hosting a party for any and all daimyo to attend if they wished, Hakasama. You weren't informed because you were still getting yourself together for the meeting, Karen replied. Haku gave a small sigh. She really wished she could know these things beforehand. Karen-san, we're going to have a small talk later, Haku said with a small smile marring her face. Karen shivered. That smile was very much unwelcoming. However, Haku had seen that she had gotten her point across and turned back to the water daimyo. I suppose it would be good for a new daimyo to meet the others. I wouldn't mind going, Haku answered with a small smile. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, but by the looks of the water daimyo the man was pleased by such a deal. That seems great, Hakudono. Perhaps on the way we can discuss Water Country's future with Whirlpool Country. Being one of the newest countries, Whirlpool would need substantial contacts and trade agreements, the Whirlpool daimyo said. Haku nodded. He wasn't in the wrong about that. While a portion of the trade between Uzushiogakure and Wave was a standard thing, there wasn't much other trade. Haku imagined that the Mizukage had offered a minimal amount of trade if only from them being family members, but that seemed to be about it. Still, with reconstruction of the village happening, then more money was going to need to be generated. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why the island was, more in theory, a lesser country at the moment. It was certainly understandable. That was also probably one of the reasons why so many people were adamant about a place to submit missions or even Haku resisted the urge to exhale a breath, academy. Turns out many people's children were hoping to become, and Haku quoted, as cool and awesome as the shinobi of the island. However, that was a decision Haku wasn't even close to being sure was good enough to be made yet. I would like that water de Mayadono. It was a pleasure to meet with you. Please have a stay in one of our luxurious hotels. We may depart tomorrow, Haku said, prompting the water daimyo to nod. Agreed. I will see you tomorrow, Hakudono, the water daimyo said before slowly getting to his feet. He then turned around and left while his guards bowed to Haku and left as well as his aide. The room was quiet. Slowly, Haku held her head down while Karen patted her on the shoulder. That was good, Haku. You did very good, Karen complimented while Haku slowly nodded. Zabuazasama, I don't think I can keep this up, Haku remarked, but in her heart of hearts she knew this was a role that she was more than likely going to play until she died or something like that. There definitely wasn't any way of getting out of this now that the water daimyo had seen her face. Zabuza just patted her shoulder, opposing shoulder. You're going to have to toughen through it, Haku. We all need you, Zabuza said while Haku nodded. That's great and all, but now we need to find Haku some escorts. All of us can't leave. We'll have to reconvene back at the compound. In any case, the first trial has been taken care of, Karen said, making Zabuza nod. Haku merely frowned. If that was the first trial, then Kami have mercy on her always drained soul. Haku wasn't going to last. If she did, then obviously these people needed more training in observation. Screaming reverberated through the halls of several corridors. Those in their jail cells, chained to the walls, whimpered and prayed to whatever god was watching over them as the shrill screams continued. How could these people be so cold? Actually, even more than that, how could this young girl withstand so much? They had kept her in there for about 4 hours currently. Not even most jonin from the various villages had seen anything better. Yes, in the cells so far deep underground that no shred of light could have been visible except by candle or lamp, sat people from every region of the elemental nations. Men, women, and even some young children cowered in their respective cells as the screams continued. It was strange, no one knew how they got to where they were. They didn't even know where they were. However, it was all merely simple. Their captors fed them only twice a day. Their words were law. Their strange abilities were their weapons of keeping everyone in line. No one dared question them, well, except one person, and she was who they were torturing right now. More than likely trying to break her just like they had done with so many others. In time, everyone heard the screams die down. Feet shuffled through the halls. People waited anxiously as their feeble eyes tried to pierce the unrelenting darkness. It was no surprise that people saw their captors carrying one, Yuri Uzumaki, over one of their shoulders. But her grunts, it shocked people that the Sanbai Jinchuriki was still alive and breathing. Really? 4 hours and you still couldn't break a child? I think you're getting soft, came a woman voice behind her strangely colored opera mask. Her associate snorted. No one ever said suppressing evil would be easy. Besides, you seem to be enjoying yourself more than I was, the associate said. Upon closer inspection by everyone in their cells, they could see drips of water from Yuri's body. Her clothes and face drenched. What had they done to her? People could only imagine, and that made it all the more worse. After some more time, Yuri grunted as she was thrown back into her cell. She faintly heard the sounds of her jail cell closing before her captors had walked away. She laid on the ground for a moment. "Oi, how long are you going to pretend to sleep? Wake up!" Sanbai shouted. Yuri groaned before she heaved and released a glob of water from her mouth. She coughed as she squinted her eyes open. Never had Yuri before been so happy to have a lightning affinity. Groaning as she crawled to a place to lean up on, Yuri grumbled. "Arigato Sanbison. If it wasn't for you purifying the water while I neutralized the lightning, I would have been dead," Yuri said. Sanbai remained silent for a moment before he snorted. Praises didn't make him happy. Not at all. They say that when you are about to fully drown, you are first consumed by a state of panic. Of course, no matter what human it was, people could only go a few seconds without oxygen. Yuri actually remembered her lesson on that from Zabuza. Holding one's breath didn't necessarily count as going with oxygen. A person could keep oxygen in their body by limiting the amount of energy that they expelled from their body, helping to increase their time while under the fluid. However, eventually the brain would start to become affected. In short, it would have something of a systematic shutdown. Oxygen to the brain stopped and the brain would slowly collapse on itself from the additional water. From this pressure, if one opened their eyes, then they would begin to see subtle hallucinations. The lights would be brighter from the reflection of the water and the pupils. Moreover, the lungs would constrict, grasping for air. Humans naturally exhaled carbon dioxide, but in trying to conserve as much oxygen as possible, the built-up carbon dioxide would accumulate in the body, forcing the person to want to breathe more. That was stage 1. Stage 2, the person breathed in the water, grasping for oxygen. However, with no oxygen, the body's response was to lock the throat to keep it from getting more. From this lock came also a lock of the muscles, or becoming rigidity. As the remaining water left the throat to the stomach, it slowly began to flood everything else. Then there was stage 3. Stage 3, known as death's embrace, was when the person slipped into unconsciousness. This unconscious would fester and persist as you sunk into a watery grave, never to open your eyes again. Yuri had been at the stage 3 of drowning just before she was released. Granted, the only reason she was able to last as long as she did was due to her and the Sanbai. Being a waterish bijou, Sanbai was able to convert Yuri's lungs to handle a sharp intake of water over long periods. However, that never meant that she could fully breathe underwater. It just meant she could hold her breath longer, for the gaps of oxygen that appeared in tiny molecules was just enough for the Sanbai to separate from the water to allow her to breathe. In the meantime, Yuri tried to keep her focus by constantly sending lightning chakra through her body. It was then that she felt she created a new technique, one she really hoped she would never use again. Her technique was Dendensho, conductive shock. Upon reaching a certain stage in near death, Yuri's body would jumpstart her heart with short bursts of lightning chakra through her body. It actually kind of helped that while she was being forcefully drowned, she was also being forcefully electrocuted as well, which she was able to neutralize with her own electric field. Yuri's last thoughts as her life flashed before her eyes? She was going to die a virgin. Well, that was one, but oddly enough she had been happy. Yuri's last thought had been, "I've come a long way. Niken, I hope I'll see you again." "Yeah, I'll see you again, Niken." These were Yuri's last thoughts before she gave way to her unconscious, as her body jump-started her heart just in time before she fully gave way. Face it, bastards, Uzumaki Yuri was far too stubborn to die. They had chained her up. They had bound her feet and her arms before they threw her into a deep river of water that rested in the prison that she now resided in. Every once in a while someone would go down there just to unleash some kind of jutsu or whatever that either made the water too hot, too cold, or two. In any case, Yuri realized that she was subjected to quite a bit. Last thing she remembered before passing out was the feeling of her body being bashed around violently like she was being tossed in an endless amount of rapids like back on Uzushio. She could still hear them somehow, and they knew it, because they kept asking her questions that she refused to answer. Where was Naruto? How did he become the favor of the god of death? What was the rotation for Konoha's wall patrol? They asked Yuri it all, and yet she never spoke. Never mind that she was underwater, but the fact still remained. Still, while I'm glad I'm alive, I still wonder where I am. They snagged my pouch and almost anything else I could want except the clothes on my back. I also have to locate Irujikin and Shizunanichin, Yuri said as she attempted to stand to her feet. Are you stupid right now, girlie? You need to sit down and rest. Get this through your head. You're only alive because of three things: your Uzumaki bloodline, my chakra, and our combination. We kept that going for 4 hours. The fact that you're even awake right now is a testament to us, Sanbai said while Yuri chuckled to herself. I thought you told me stop pretend. Sleeping? Yuri asked while Sanbai snarled. You know damn well what I meant. Sanbai replied before going silent. Yuri offered a weak smile. Okay, fine. Rest now, escape later. Still, she knew nothing about this place. How was she going to get away? Suffice to say, Yuri was getting a little annoyed. She really had to start upping her training. Granted, yes, she was a genin, the lowest rank for the shinobi world, but getting captured by an enemy for a second time was getting a little too repetitive for her tastes. Well, yeah, at least she put up a lot more of a fight that second time, but the point still stood. Yuri had no clue where Ebisu or Shizen were, or even if they were still. Yuri shook her head. No, don't think like that. Yuri told herself before releasing a sigh. She wondered where everything was going. As Yuri leaned against a wall that held her bed. Her eyes couldn't even see so much in the dark. She was still reeling from those effects of near drowning. It was actually by this time, Yuri wished she had her own spirit summons. She could send them out from wherever she was and contact Naruto to come get her along with the team. She knew that he would have brought this prison crumbling down if she was here. Yuri was brought out of her thoughts as she heard 3 hard taps to the wall next to her. Yuri raised an eyebrow to the taps, but thought nothing of them. After about a minute, the taps came again, prompting Yuri to look at the wall. It's Morse code, girl. Answer back. In this case you need all the information you can get. Sanbai said while Yuri blinked. She then chuckled sheepishly. I don't know Morse code. I wasn't taught it yet, Yuri said while the Sanbai's eyebrow twitched. He took a deep breath before sighing. Sanbai then quickly instructed Yuri to move close to the wall. Yuri did so. As she leaned against the wall. I'll translate, so keep up. Hey. You. Alright? Sanbai translated. Yuri frowned at the odd question. Someone was trying to contact her? Well, not much else she could do right now, but answer back, which she didn't know how to do. So after a rather annoyed Sanbai taught her the code, Yuri replied back. I'll. Live. Thank. You, Yuri coded through the taps on the wall. Granted, she didn't know who the hell she was talking to, but that could have waited. Right now, it would just good to have someone to speak with. The taps came in reply. They seem to be harder on you than everyone else, Sanbai said. Yuri snorted. She imagined that some of that had to do with her Jinchuriki status. It wasn't like she was discreet about it in that fight 2 days ago. Might be my charming personality, Yuri replied back. It was silent on the other side for a moment, but the taps continued after long. Very funny. But seriously, I have been here 4 months. They haven't been that hard on us. Like you, Sanbai translated. Yuri leaned forward. She figured she knew the reason, but her status was still sensitive. Got me. But you've really been here 4 months and haven't tried to escape? Yuri asked. It was actually a solid question. The taps came back faster than she had expected, honestly. Many tried. All dead. Only hope that no one breaks and becomes a slave to them, Sanbai said while Yuri frowned. Just perfect. Whatever system these guys had, it was a lot more elaborate than Yuri would have imagined. She didn't expect the taps to come so fast again. Well, don't worry about that. Now, it's nice to have someone to talk to, Sanbai replied. Yuri perked up and looked at the wall. She then slowly sighed and looked up at the ceiling. Seemed like that was going to be happening a lot. She laid her head against the wall. Nice to know you. Then I'm Uzumaki. Yuri tapped against the wall. Silence was the only thing to grace Yuri's ears, and it unnerved her for a while before she heard Sanbai speak. Uzumaki? Are you related to Uzumaki? Naruto? Sanbai asked, trying his best to mimic the excited undertone of the message. Yuri blinked as she looked at the wall. So it seemed that whoever was on the other side of the wall at least knew Naruto in some way, shape, or form. Yuri didn't see a need to deny it. Yes, no straighter answer had ever been given by Yuri in perhaps her life. It was short, sweet, and to the point. She didn't see it, but the person behind the door slowly smiled and tapped the wall. Fuma. Sasami. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki. Yuri-san, Sanbai replied, making Yuri chuckle to herself. So the person she was talking to had been called Sasami. A rather nice name, Yuri figured. The sounds of a tray hitting the floor assaulted Yuri and Sasami's ears. Looks like dinner had arrived. Yuri sighed. She was going to get out of this. Believe it. In the highest tower of Amigakure, Nagato opened his eyes and stood to his feet. At the side of the room, Zetsu and Obito watched him head for the door. Neither moved to stop him. Do you even know where to start looking? Obito asked with a small glare in Nagato's direction. The leader of Akatsuki slowly turned around and stared into the eyes of his associate. It has been a month that Konan has been until to turn up. She was sent to retrieve the Sanbai Jinchuriki in that time. There has also been regular activity from the country now known as Yuzushio. That is where I will begin my search, Nagato said while Obito snorted. And if the possibility of her being captured by Konoha were a possibility, then would you be able to take on an entire village? Obito asked. At this, Nagato made his way for the door. No one can challenge God. I will retrieve Konan. No matter the cost, Nagato said as he closed the door. Watching him go, Obito closed his eyes. Are we really just going to let him go? Who knows if Konanzan hasn't already defected to Konoha's side and divulged any secrets. We can't trust her, Black Zetsu said, making Obito smirk. I never trusted any of them in the first place, but I do know that we still need her. After all, she is Nagato's weak link. Whoever is able to control Konan is capable of controlling Nagato. He puts up a tough front, but he truly has the softest spot for her. We'll wait for her to come back. If her story is even slightly sketchy, you know what to do, Obito said, turning to Zetsu. The plant man member of Akatsuki slowly nodded before he slowly drew himself into the ground. As Obito watched Zetsu leave, he held out his hand, the one that had the vastly different skin tone from his others. The one he had been forced to cut off in surgery. He clenched his palm into a fist. Black lightning coursed through the outer reaches of skin. Soon. He was so close to mastering it. Just a little bit more time was all he needed. If when you survived things as Obito did, then you had nothing but time. Yura huffed as she hopped across the rooftops. Her pace was unsteady, as was her breathing. Her eyes eagled in on the destination that she wanted to go to. Even now, the burning in her legs from her previous training session wasn't enough to stop her. Man, she could not get to the Hokage mansion fast enough. As Yura rushed through the doors, she didn't even acknowledge the secretary who shouted at her to wait before she rushed up the stairs and barged into the main room. Punctuality and politeness could wait. No. Please no, were Yura's thoughts as she opened the door. Yura bore the sight of Guren, Izumo, Kotetsu, and a few other Anbu. Yura could instantly place the look of sadness over Guren's face. She could even see Tsunade making the strong effort of not trying to meet her gaze directly. Yura, I need you to calm down, Guren said carefully. Yura widened her eyes before she snarled. Yuri, my sister, our family, was just kidnapped and you want me to calm down? Yura asked, making Guren wince. Izumo and Kotetsu glanced to each other while Tsunade leaned forward. Yura, listen to me. Yuri isn't the only one missing. Ebisu is missing also. Konohamaru and his team said the man failed to check in for their meeting 2 days ago. Also, Shizune is missing. I know how you're feeling, but as your Hokage I need you to calm down, Tsunade said, and Yura could see the blonde woman's hands tightening upon each other to emphasize her point. Obviously Yura surmised that Tsunade was dealing with a lot as well. The loss of her assistant/longtime friend was clearly waning on her. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yura said, clearly forcing the words down her throat like a bitter pill. For Tsunade, she knew that was the best she was going to get out of it right now. She dealt with it. Now then, Yura, we were discussing this predicament just before you came in. As this concerns you, then I'll have you stay. Now then, Guren, your report, Tsunade said, making Guren nod. She held up a piece of paper she had been holding. Hi, the people who came through our village security barrier are anomalies at best. The area we recently investigated was saturated with chakra. I could detect chakra from Yuri, Shizunsen, and Ebisusen over the course of the fields. Judging by the craters and the amount of destruction, it isn't without possibility that they fought for their very lives. Unfortunately, I can tell who they fought as I couldn't sense a single ounce of chakra from a fourth individual, Guren said, making Tsunade narrow her eyes. Yura blinked. No chakra? But everything that breathes has chakra. How couldn't you sense someone else there? Yura asked a bit more hastily than she had intended. Guren sighed as she held the paper down. That's why I said they were anomalies. Our security barrier was recently updated to pick up on chakra 3% faster than before. However, we detected 5 presences had made it through the barrier. This would have slipped our notice entirely if we weren't calibrating the equipment. Because the barrier reads a chakra output when an anomaly passes it. We were surprised and, even more so, worried when the output of chakra from all 5 presences was 0.0, Guren said. Tsunade tightened the grip of her hands while Yura widened her eyes. People without chakra? Was that even possible? What is the possibility that they are masking it? Tsunade asked, but by the look on Guren's face, she could tell that it wasn't a good possibility. Generally masking chakra is easily. It merely about restricting its initial output and focusing its input to more circulate the body rather than expelling itself. However, it's almost impossible to completely keep chakra from coming out of the body even in small amounts. I would say it is 100% impossible that chakra output can be zero, but obviously I would wrong here because these computers don't lie, Guren said before pulling out a map. However, it's not like we don't have a lead. While masking chakra is the anomaly, it's much harder for a person to mask their scent. No matter who they are. We had one of the members of the Inuzuka clarify. The people flew away in a northwest area. I would dare say that the best places would be Kusa, Taki, Oto, Yu, and Iwa, Guren remarked. Tsunade leaned forward. 5 villages and 5 regions. That was almost too vast. Tsunade closed her eyes for a brief moment. Just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Tsunade really wished Shizune was alright. She wished they were all alright. However, Tsunade had to stay calm. She needed to do so. Even now she just wished she could see her assistant come through the door with a huge stack of papers. Tsunade would have been more than happy to do a marathon of paperwork that ran from Konoha to Iwa if it meant Shizune was the one who was going to bring it in. Guren, you will assemble a small team, you may pick from 4 members whoever you wish. Search these 5 countries. Discreetly. You can be gone for 3 weeks, but no more no less. Find any information you can gather and bring our comrades home, Tsunade said. Guren quickly saluted. Hi. Well then. I'll need to find 3 more members. Yura, you're with me, Guren said, making Yura widen her eyes. She looked towards her cousin, making the older Uzumaki smile. Let's go get our family, Guren said, patting Yura on the shoulder. Yura swiftly nodded. Hi Guren-san, Yura said as they marched out the door. Izumo and Kotetsu then bowed to Tsunade and left as well, leaving Tsunade alone. Tsunade looked down at the piping hot cup of tea she made for herself. She sighed before taking a sip. She still didn't know how Shizune made such good peach tea. Tsunade heaved a small sigh. The weight of this job and its consequences were bearing down on her now. Meanwhile, Guren and Yura took to the streets. As Guren looked down, she noticed Yura's steely gaze. Perhaps the young Uzumaki was just lost in her thoughts over the feeling of having her sister kidnapped. Guren figured she might have been the same way if it had been Yukimaru. As Guren looked back up, she knew she didn't have to think very hard about who she wanted. Perhaps she should leave a note at home for Yukimaru and Fuka. The latter had late Chunin duties while the former was out on his very first crank mission with his teammates. It made Guren happy if not for the situation. Knocking herself out of her thoughts, Guren patted Yura's shoulder. We're going to rescue her, Yura, but I need the Yura that has a clear head here. I didn't pick you on my team merely because you had an attachment to this mission, but because I value your ceiling as well as your limited combat experience. It's good work for you as a Chunin. Understand? Guren asked. Yura slowly nodded. Guren released a breath. I need to hear you say it, Yura. You will keep a clear head this mission, Guren asserted. Yura looked at the ground. Well, that was great. Now she had one of her family members questioning the ways that she got things done. Yura and Guren slowly stopped in the middle of the street as Yura looked at the ground for a split moment. I will keep a clear head this mission, Guren-san. You have my word, Yura answered. Guren nodded gently before handing Yura a piece of paper. She then proceeded to point at 2 names. Get this guy and get this other guy. Tell them we move out in 1 hour. Meanwhile I'll go and get our fifth person. Kami knows they're stubborn as all shit, Guren said as she made her way in a separate direction from Yura. Yura watched her cousin leave before looking down at the paper. She raised her eyes in relative surprise. She hadn't initially had the honor of working with these people before. Still, they say that an experience is everything. Yura clutched the piece of paper. Just you wait, Yuri. Uzumaki Yura was going to rest you as the older sister did. That said, Yura's sweat dropped as she looked at the first person on her list. She blinked as he looked at her with a rather bored look. Yura watched him lean against the door. Please don't tell me I'm requested for a mission, he said, making Yura swiftly nod. He then offered a sigh as a response and rolled his eyes. Troublesome. Where are we meeting? He asked. Yura had to wonder just why Guren had wanted this guy on the team, but then again she didn't grow up in Konoha, so perhaps he had some set of skills that she didn't know about. Well, whatever the reason, Guren had asked for him to join and Yura had to get him. We're meeting at the gate in 1 hour. Gurensen says to pack for at least a month trip, Shikamaru-san, Yura said to the Nara standing in front of the compound. She watched him yawn as he scratched the top of his pineapple-shaped hair. Fine. I'll be there, Shikamaru said. Truth be told, the Nara really didn't feel like doing a whole lot since the whole ordeal with Asuma. Granted, a few words from his father and from Kurenai helped him see the bigger picture. He couldn't spend all his time wallowing in self-pity over his mission. Yet their words didn't make things any easier. Still, Shikamaru had a job to do, so he moved to close the door. As Yura watched him close the door, she sighed before holding up the piece of paper once again. Next on her list was another person that she didn't have the honor of working with. It seemed like this would be a first of many for Yura, but she didn't necessarily mind that at all. So Yura began her next walk towards her next destination. Good thing Guren also wrote down instructions to where these people were, or Yura feared that this would have taken longer than she would have liked. After some time, Yura looked up. Their third person was here? At the academy? Sighing at her cousin's logic, Yura opened up the academy doors and walked inside. As she traversed the halls, the school was empty. More than likely school had ended and all the kids had gone home for the day. Slowly opening a door, Yura slowly peeked into a room and noticed her third teammate in a chair sighing as he graded some papers. Irika Yumano-san? Yura called, making the Chunin turn around from the prompt to his name. Seeing his guest, he smiled. Ah, Yura-san. How can I assist you today? Irika asked. Yura cleared her throat. Gurensen is forming a team. Iebisu-san, Shizun-san, and My sister, Yuri, have been kidnapped by an unknown enemy. We're going to go to 5 countries to scout out for them and, if possible, rescue them all. Guren wants you to come, Yura said, making Irika blink in surprise. It was rather rare he got a mission out from the village, much less from Guren. However, hearing the news of Ebisu, Shizun, and Yuri's capture made the man a little more serious. After all, Irika knew the torment that one went through when they were captured as spoils of war. He pushed his chair back and stood up from the pile of papers he was working on. When are we leaving? He asked, and Yura slowly brightened. In 1 hour at the front gates. Gurensen says to pack for at least 1 month, Yura quickly added, making Irika nod swiftly. He walked out of the room and proceeded down one of the hallways. Yura watched him descend into the darkness, but it was only for about 4 minutes before he returned with an associate. Then I thank you for taking over Suzume-san. I'll be gone for a while, so it might be good to set up a drank mission for a temporary assistant teacher job, Irika said to a woman with long, curly, black hair and oval glasses. The woman named Suzume slowly pushed up her glasses. Very well. You don't need to worry. I'll take care of it. Have a safe trip, Yumano-san, Suzume said, making Irika nod before he patted Yura on the shoulder. I don't know how much good I'm gonna be, but I'll try my best. I'll head home and pack, then I'll meet up with you guys. I'll see you soon, Irika said before he walked out of the doors as well. With that being said, Yura walked out of the academy as well. She quickly jetted home. There wasn't a lot of things she needed to seal into her scrolls. Merely some clothes, a toothbrush, her weapons, and basically any other essentials. As Yura did so, she frowned. Inside her mind images flooded her of the state of her sister. Yura bit her lower lips. She would do it. She would rescue her sister as best she could. Her sister was not going to die this early in her life. Yura still had to see her sister do so many other things. Yuri was honestly all Yura had left after her family. Yura quickly picked up her pack and blinked as she looked back at her room. She wouldn't be here for a little while, but that was fine. She didn't want to return to this house without her sister in tow. Yura quickly made her way out of the door. Just hold on, Yuri. I'm coming for you, Yura said with a solid expression. As she locked the doors to the compound house, Yura hastily made her way back to the streets and hopped across the rooftops. It didn't take long at all for Yura to make it to the front gates. The hour had gone by relatively quickly. It actually surprised her that she was the last one to arrive as she saw 4 people waiting for her. Yura dropped down to the ground and noticed Shikamaru, Irika, Guren, and Ibiki waiting for her. Was this the person Guren had wanted to take along with them? The last of the team had his arms folded and his eyes closed. Sorry I'm late, Yura pardoned, but Guren waved her off. No, it's fine. Now then, our mission is to search the regions of Kusa, Taki, Yu, Oto, and Iwa. More than likely we will be gone for about 3 weeks to a month. Be prepared. We're obviously dealing with something that we've never experienced before. This is a search and rescue operation. I specifically chose this team because of what I feel all of us bring to the table. In some way of fashion we are all familiar with strategic planning or the human mindset. We're going to be on our guard. We'll head for Kusa first. Let's move. Guren said, walking out of the gates. Ibiki quickly followed suit behind her, as did Shikamaru, Irika and Yura. As the 5 headed out of the village and into the trees, Guren frowned. I just hope we find something, Guren said to herself before she dashed off with the others hot on her heels. By now 3 days had passed. It was morning in Hai no Kuni, and the sun was high in the sky bringing its heat. Naturally everyone was relieved that morning when Yugao came down the stairs claiming to be hungry. After a brief checkup of her body and her ability to do well anything strenuous, Kushina allowed Yugao to return to her active duties. That being said, Kushina advised Yugao to not overexert herself given that she had just woken up, to which Yugao took the warning well. Once the concern over Yugao had lessened, Kushina brought the team together and began to talk about what they were going to do about their so-called adversaries. In the meantime, Naruto and Sasuke were hanging off the walls of the daimyo's mansion, writing seals over said walls. Quickly drawing on seal and then another, Sasuke and Naruto moved over the tower before. It was a rather delicate process, but both shinobi finally managed to finish. As Naruto landed to the ground, he frowned. He had been thinking over Shin's words to him. Once he understood a certain process and his desires, then Shin would grant him his summons back. What process could he have been talking about? Even more so, what desires was he talking about? Naruto wasn't sure what he wanted. He didn't want anything. He was happy. He had wonderful relationships with his teammates, he got Sasuke back, and he had wonderful relationships with 3 beautiful women. What other desire could Naruto have wanted? As Naruto watched Sasuke come back from talking with the daimyo guards, the young blonde frowned. Sasuke, are you happy? Naruto asked out of the blue. Sasuke stopped for a moment and turned a slightly confused glare in his direction. What the hell is that supposed to mean, loser? Sasuke asked before he took note of the contemplating look on Naruto's face. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched before he took a deep breath. And released it. He then turned his gaze into the vast forests over the horizon. It was a good day. You know that I can never be completely happy, Naruto. However, I am the happiest I have ever been in a long time. I have my mother, Yuna, Itachi, and this team. In Konoha, there was pity for me, sympathy for me, and expectations of me. I didn't answer them. Naruto. I hate Konoha, Sasuke said with a small glare. Naruto widened his eyes at the calm look Sasuke gave him. How could his teammate have said something so out there? You hate Konoha? Naruto asked and Sasuke nodded. I guess I don't hate everyone in Konoha, but I do hate Konoha. Naruto, do you even want to be Hokage anymore? Sasuke asked. Naruto was more than ready to speak in an affirmative stance, but he didn't. Naruto closed his mouth and looked at the ground. The 5 great nations. The 5 villages. Naruto said nothing. He didn't know. What Shin was talking about? His desires? Did Naruto not desire anything? I don't know. Naruto said before looking up. If that's the case, then why are you still a shinobi here? Why are you still on this team if you hate Konoha? Naruto asked before Sasuke patted him on the shoulder. Naruto widened his eyes as Sasuke looked past him. Stop making it sound so complicated, Naruto. There are only 3 things I came back to Konoha for. 1 is Yuna and my mother. 2nd is the truth to everything that happened with my clan, and 3rd, Sasuke spoke, which made Naruto slowly open his mouth in surprise as Sasuke walked away, his hands stuffed into his pockets. Fine, I can accept that. But now with Itachi gone, what do you desire, Sasuke? Naruto asked with his fist tightened as he questioned his teammate. Naruto flinched as Sasuke stopped walking. Naruto watched the sight before him would forever be ingrained in his memory as the most peaceful expression Sasuke had ever shown. A place. A place where I can spend the rest of my life not worrying about anything else, Sasuke said as he walked off, leaving Naruto at the foot of the daimyo stairs. Naruto closed his eyes. Sasuke had what he desired. Naruto didn't know what he desired anymore. Hokage? He wished he knew. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Sasuke had just finished putting seals on the daimyo mansion, Kushina and Mikoto were busy speaking with the daimyo himself about the security detail. And so in the case of there actually being an enemy attack, we will transport you as well as the local daimyo to a spot that is unknown to all except our team. Naruto will be able to get that job done while keeping you out of harm's way, Mikoto said while the fire daimyo fanned himself as he sat in his chair. He looked at the 2 kunoichi in front of him before sighing. I see. It sounds like an excellent plan. I'll have you commence it immediately, the daimyo said rather energetically. Mikoto and Kushina blinked. They were sure that was going to take a lot longer time convincing him than they had initially anticipated. Just before that, Kushina had spoken about the enemies and what the daimyo would have liked to have done, but it seemed that he was a lot more adamant to just agree with their decisions rather than make his own. Mikoto sighed. Was this really the man in such an important position that many people were the envy of him? How fickle. Understood, Daimyo-sama. We will then take our leave, Mikoto said as she and Kushina walked out the door. As they exited the mansion and descended the stairs, Mikoto gave Kushina a small look. Are you still uncomfortable around the daimyo? Mikoto asked, making Kushina flinch. You know how I feel around him, Mikoto. I'd rather not talk about Databane, Kushina said with a rather firm glare. Mikoto merely nodded as they made their way back into the compound district. As their feet trudged through the compound, Kushina stopped. Mikoto abruptly stopped with her before she noticed Kushina stare to the west. Kushina? Mikoto asked before she noticed her. Captain narrowed her eyes. We're being watched, Kushina as her eyes zoned in on a person at the top of a building holding binoculars. Mikoto looked her way as they noticed a woman looking down at them. At that time, Kushina and Mikoto frowned. That was one of the terrorists. How did they know? Because they felt nothing and everything at the same time. By now it was obvious to all three of them, the woman wanted to be seen. She didn't deliberately hide. She just stared at them smirking, waving, and they could do nothing about it. The backlash of fighting right now wouldn't have been up their alley, and even then they didn't know this woman's abilities. Obviously the fact that she wasn't scared they spotted her could commend her abilities. They didn't know what she could do. However, perhaps on the contrary, she didn't know what they could do either, and yet, Kushina was feeling anxious. Mikoto could see the sweat drip from Kushina's face. Mikoto, she's saying something, Kushina said as she squinted her eyes. Mikoto looked up to where the woman was and activated her Sharingan. One of the best things about the Sharingan was that, including heightening a field of vision, it also was a great lip translator. We are close to the daimyo. You cannot stop the revolution taking place. Tell me, murderers. If the parents commit heinous acts in the name of evil, will the child grow up to be the same if the parents are gone? Mikoto said, finally swallowing the bitter pill in her mouth. Kushina lowly growled before both noticed the woman begin to fade away. Don't get mistaken, she didn't jump away or vanish via shunshin. She just slowly vanished away before there was once again nothing there. As she left, so too did the feeling that Kushina and Mikoto had over them. Kushina. What now? Mikoto asked while Kushina gripped her sword. We wait, Databane. We wait and then we strike when they're with range. We can't go pursuing needlessly. For now there is one thing we know. They have the arrogance and perhaps all the cards except for the element of surprise, Kushina said before walking away. Mikoto narrowed her eyes before she gave one more look to the place where the woman just was before walking away to catch up to Kushina. Haku breathed easily as the waves of water rocked the boat she was in. It had been quite a while that she felt she could relax like this. Still, it did unsettle her slightly to be sharing the same close-quarters room as the water daimyo. Oh, she was more than capable of handling herself, of the man's handling, if he tried, but it was the principle of the matter. Upon leaving Uzushio, Haku had decided to take Karen, Zabuza, Kamachi, and Konan, while Itachi, Suigetsu, Jugo, and Rin kept watch over Shizuku, who was still constrained to the basement of the Uzushio underground. Now one might be thinking, who the hell would take an rank criminal terrorist into a room full of potentially easy targets to kill that could throw the entire shinobi world into chaos? But if one had to think about it, then having Konan might have been a rather good plus, Haku figured. She didn't exactly understand it herself, but it felt better than having her where Haku couldn't see her. Plus, with a change of clothes, Konan didn't exactly look like an rank criminal, merely an escort of sorts. Yes, Haku didn't know if she was even following her own logic. It was worth it. At least I hope so, Haku mumbled to herself, which attracted the attention of her other guest. Are you perhaps worried about the festivities, Hakudono? The water daimyo asked with a disarming smile. Haku glanced in his direction before offering her own smile. Ah, it's nothing. I'm just thinking aloud. Pardon me, Haku said with a small smile. The water daimyo just nodded before returning to the book he was reading. As he did so, Haku released a sigh. She couldn't be too careless, could she? Slowly a knock on the door came as both daimyo looked up. Enter, Haku replied as she noticed Kamachi entire the room with a small bowed. Hakasama, the captain has told us that ETA to Kuni is another 8 hours. We will be reaching the land at nightfall. A hotel has already been prepared for yourself and Tenzai Shigeru-sama. I also have word from Karen-san that you would like something to do during this time. These forms need your seal of approval, Kamachi said, setting down the stack of paper next to Haku, who sweat dropped. Was it too late to back out of this? Arigato Kamachizan. Please tell Karen-san that I appreciate this, Haku said rather steely, which went over Kamachi's head thankfully. She merely bowed and then began to walk away while closing the door. The water daimyo turned slightly as he noticed Haku reading over some documents. It would seem you are very busy, Hakudono, Tensai said with a small smile while Haku chuckled mirthlessly. The responsibilities of our duties never rest, Haku said as she began to write her signature over certain claims, customs, and trade agreements. As Haku signed some of the papers, she paused a certain document. Yuzushio, Shinobi Academy request, Haku said to herself. With a frown, Haku looked over the documents. Costs of books, Shinobi equipment, teachers, and other things. Haku turned a glance to the water daimyo, Tensai Shigeru. He looked none the wiser. Haku sighed. There wasn't even enough of them to try and teach people how to be shinobi. Hell, there weren't even enough jonin shinobi to do so. They had no shinobi system or even a graduation exam. Perhaps that's why they were hoping for it. Haku bit her lower lip. With a heavy sigh, Haku folded the paper and placed it away in her clothes. She'd deal with that one later. The repercussions were just too great for her to make that type of change on her own. X5 figures walked into a small dark room. Their masks reflected the light of the torches at the edges of the hallways. Come on, how long are we going to have meat like this? Let's just slice through the daimyo mansion in one go. Who cares if the Konoha shinobi see us? We'll just have to revolutionize them as well. Besides, it's not like Naruto-sama will argue with what we're doing here. After all, it's all for him, isn't it? Asked the voice of a rather young child. His voice was much higher than the others, possibly placing him around the Shinobi Academy age bracket. The other four members sighed as the leader spoke. Because Naruto-sama is still a part of the ignorant world. We have to break him from that world to revolutionize him. Once we do, we know he will bless our cause with his blessings from the Shinigami, he said with a small grin behind his opera stage mask. His eyes glared forward while the female of the group chuckled. Still, it was a surprise that his captain and teammate were able to spot me. Considering we have no chakra for them to sense, she said with a flirtatious smirk. Remember, it's possible that the blessings of the Shinigami upon Naruto-sama could very well have trickled down to his teammates or even his village. Just imagine, a village dedicated to our cause? Nothing would be able to stop us, the leader said as he and his team came up to a rather large door. The leader was more than ready to knock at the gates of the large door before a large, sensual moan escaped from said room. The 5 members blinked at the noise that came from the doors. Era, she seemed to be having fun with her new toys, said the female of the group while the youngest of the group smirked. She's always been a kinky freak when she's broken people, the young one said before one of his teammates moved to cover his ears. Oi, let go of me. I revolutionize people on a daily basis, why can't I just hear the more pleasant sides of adult life? He asked while his partner chuckled. The teammates shook their heads. Because I don't trust your dumb maturity, brat, the youngest one's teammate said before he chuckled. Course, if you're not happy with Moo's guardianship, then you can run for your life to your little room in your little dungeon, the man named Moo said with a wide smile. The child grimaced before he pouted and turned his head away. Moo, put Ranmaru down. He can enter if he wishes. Just like Ranmaru, it's time for the world to know everything about itself, both good and evil, the leader said while Moo snorted and placed Ranmaru on the ground. Ranmaru slowly stuck out his tongue at his companion, making Moo's eyebrow twitch in annoyance. It was then that Ranmaru let out a small chuckle while the leader opened the door. Aki, what was that? Moan, the leader of the group asked as the entire group began to shuffle in only to blink and slightly shudder. Everyone watched as Aki sat in a chair moaning as one of her toys licked the soles of her feet while the other stood feeding her a certain type of fruit that only grew in their region. Ranmaru's eyebrows raised while Moo twitched. The two females of the group grimaced while the leader took in a deep breath and exhaled. "Aki," he said rather sternly before the woman in question opened her eyes and glanced in the direction that the voice came from. Upon seeing the voice's origin, she paled before stumbled to her feet, kicking away her toys. Mizuki-san, what can I do for you?" the woman named Aki asked as she rubbed the back of her head. Now known to be Mizuki, the leader of the group rose an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Mizuki asked with narrowed eyes while Aki chuckled sheepishly. "Just testing out the kinks in my new toys, that's all," Aki said as she touched one's cheek and gently brought her toy to stand on its own 2 feet. She did the same with the next one until both stood side by side, rigid and static. It was like the fluid motion that both exuded suddenly vanished as they became statues in the dim light corridor's room. Mu smirked as he pointed. "More like they were working out your kinks, ya slutty." Mu didn't get to speak anymore before a small glare from Mizuki silenced him. With a sharp sigh, Mu closed his mouth and looked off into the corner while the others remained silent. Mizuki shifted his gaze back to Aki, who merely looked guilty. "Just tell me the good news," Mizuki said while Aki smiled with a nod. Breaking them wasn't hard at all. After all, I had all the time in the world. You know, I could go for a week before feeling tired if I had to. 3 days of non-stop ecstatic, orgasmic pleasure in my eyes of their pain. 72 hours later and watch this. Nikon. What are you?" Aki asked as the group watched as the second human being opened their mouth. "I am a dog. I am only fit to be at my master's heel. I am only fit to eat the crumbs off the floor of her table. I am nothing before my master. I am neither human, demon, nor anything in between. I am a mere slave," they said in an emotionless tone. Aki clapped her hands exuberantly while her head nodded back and forth. Hi. Excellent. That's exactly what you are," Aki said before turning back to Mizuki. "Can you imagine it, Mizuki-san? The wonderful pain of revolution that happened to them? I used that technique," Aki said with a wicked grin while Mizuki narrowed his eyes. Had these two before her put up such a resolve that she had resorted to using one of the few techniques that no one in their organization truly tried to do. Reitun, Kurohitsuji, spirit release, black coffin, Mizuki thought to himself. It now made sense. For those two, even though it was only 72 hours, the torture was probably felt like 72 days, no month, no, if at all possible, years. Mizuki snorted. "Get them ready. We're going to put your toys to use against the daimyo in his wretched castle," Mizuki said while Aki nodded with a bright smile. "I still think this would go better if you just gave me the same amount of time with the Sanbai Jinchuriki. I could break her just as fast, if not faster, ugh." Aki grunted as she could feel the sickening crunch of her skull against the stone walls that surrounded her base. She looked out to see Mizuki with his hand extended. The fiery glare of hatred in his eyes terrified her as he snarled. "Are you, with your damn mouth, daring to insinuate that we break Naruto-sama's family? What we do to her is to test her resolve. Nothing more and for no other reason. If you ever sully Naruto-sama's family again or even suggest such a thing, you'll never use Reitun again." Mizuki snarled as his hands grasped over Aki's tender throat. Aki swiftly nodded while Mizuki allowed her frame to fall to the floor. He then headed for the door. "Get them ready and prepare to have them move out." "We're leaving," Mizuki said as he and his group turned to leave. Aki coughed as she heard the door close. Rubbing her throat, Aki stood to her feet. "Just you wait, Mizuki team. My toys are mine and they will stay mine," Aki said with a snarl before a small smirk came to her face. Yuri sighed as she leaned against a small pillar. Surrounding her were the dark halls and corridors which led from main room to other rooms. It was so disorienting that her captors had to blindfold her every time she was taken to a different room. Well, she supposed that was fair. Making sure no one could figure out which way they were coming or going from had its merits in terms of a base's development. Still, Yuri figured she could have been a little happier as she wasn't the only one in this room. Actually, it seemed like she had never seen so many people crowded around such a place before. Some people looked elderly, others looked middle-aged, some even looked younger than her. Yuri could see a small boy wandering around aimlessly with a scared look on his face. Yuri took a deep breath and sighed. "I don't like this place," Yuri said with a small glare. Her eyes darted to the left as she sensed a presence heading for her. "You'll just have to put up with it like the rest of us. The only reason we're allowed to walk around is because to them it's counterproductive to their mission. They want to show that their revolution will change the world. They call the world a cage or a child that needs to break away from its mother's womb. If they kept us locked up, then that would be the same function," the person said in a bold feminine tone. As Yuri eyed the initiator of the conversation, she took note that the person had unusual orange hair and chocolate brown eyes. Yuri blinked for a moment before turning her head back forward. They're just underestimating how the world works, Databayan. When I get out of here, I'm gonna bet that masked woman's ass all over this base." Yuri stomped and boasted, much to her partner's curious gaze. It was then that the woman next to Yuri snickered to herself. "You're more than welcome to try, I guess, but you won't get far without chakra," she said, making Yuri turn to her. "What do you mean?" Yuri asked. The young woman placed a finger to her chin before touching the walls behind them. Yuri watched her for a moment as the woman spoke. "I don't know how, but these walls absorb chakra from all the people in them. There is only just a little bit in our bodies just to keep us alive," she said. Yuri sucked her teeth before leaning over a railing. She looked down to the center of the chamber everyone was in to see just about a majority of the people huddled into corners. Enemies patrolled the many hallways and corridors that Yuri could see, or rather instinctually sense. She couldn't sense by conventional means, so she had to rely on her hearing as well as the vibrations of the ears among the footsteps. It wasn't easy, especially with so many people walking around. It wasn't. "By the way, who are you anyway?" Yuri asked, making the girl opposite her blink in surprise. Sorry, I guess you wouldn't know," she said before she pointed her fist towards the stone wall and successfully tapped it 3 times, alternating in a different pitch. Yuri gasped as the realization slowly began to settle in. "SS Sasami, Fumasan?" Yuri asked while Sasami quickly nodded. "I recognized your chakra from the other few days we communicated." "Nice to meet you, Uzumaki Yuri-san," Sasami said with small smile. Yuri slowly got over her realization before nodding with the same smile on her face. "So this was Sasami Fuma. Nice to meet you, Databayan," Yuri said with a large smirk on her face. Sasami shook her head affirmatively. After some time, Yuri sat on the cold, hard floor along with Sasami. The chakra-restricting chains around her wrists and ankles itched like hell, but Yuri knew there was nothing she could do about them. Just the way they jangled and the sound they made irritated her. "Really? Your entire clan is here?" Yuri asked, making Sasami nod, though Yuri could see that even with this revelation, the orange-haired girl didn't look the least bit happy. "I don't even know how many of us are left though. It's been months since I've seen them," Sasami said, making Yuri raise an eyebrow. "How long have you been here?" Yuri asked. Sasami looked up at the supposed ceiling of the base. Yuri could see the tiredness in Sasami's eyes. The orange-haired girl seemed to be struggling to answer such a question herself. "I guess about 6 months. It happened so fast. They came from the east and they appeared out of nowhere. It was just about 5 of them, but every move or jutsu, I guess, they used sapped our own chakra before we were taken by them in one night. Since then I haven't seen a single member of my clan. I have had repeated session here with them to try and revolutionize me, but I resisted most of them till now. I just know they are bidding their team, just waiting for my mind to lax before they take me over, Sasami said with a small shudder before Yuri patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I don't know how, but I'll get us out of this, somehow. Believe it, Databayan. Yuri said, making Sasami blink. She slowly chuckled. You really are just like Naruto-san, Sasami said, making Yuri blush. She rubbed the back of her head and nodded. I'll take that as a compliment, Yuri said with a wide grin. Sasami raised an eyebrow, but couldn't resist the urge to grin as well. It wasn't much, but the peace and quiet was at least a welcome change to the moans and groans of the general population. That was until Yuri and Sasami heard a heavy grunt. Both looked downwards and noticed another girl around their age huffing. The scared look in her eyes was a dead giveaway for the two kunoichi as they noticed a rather large man slowly beginning to advance on said girl. I told you to leave me the fuck alone, girlie. I don't know where the fuck your master is and I don't give a fuck. And why the hell should I care? He's probably already a part of whatever cult this is. He might be fucking dead already, the man snarled while the girl slowly backed away from his impending form. Yuri narrowed her eyes at the sight before looking around. Everyone just looked away, ashamed. Yuri snorted. Slowly standing to her feet, Yuri looked to her left to see Sasami holding her arm. Strained. Don't make a scene. That's the last thing we need, Sasami said with a shaking arm. Yuri gritted her teeth before she looked back. The young girl was now in the proverbial belly of the beast as the man wrapped his firm hand over her neck. Jijigomen.ase. I just wanted to find my master. He promised to meet me here, she said, squirming in the man's grasp, gasping for any available air. The man's rousing laugh went through the entire chamber, shaking everyone before he brought the girl close. Oh, is that right? And why do you want to see your master so badly, girlie? You gonna suck him off or something? Heh, why wait? If your master ain't gonna show, then how about you suck me off, he exclaimed. The girl widened her eyes before she shook frantically. The delight on the man's face was sickening. Bear with it, Yuri-san. Just bear with Yuri. Sasami shouted as the latter yanked her arm from the former and dashed off the railing. As she glided through the air, Yuri held out her hand, forming a small blue sphere. Sasami and the residents widened their eyes as Yuri shouted. Rasengan. Yuri yelled, sending sphere into the man's torso. The man screamed as Yuri pushed the sphere further and further. He soon dropped the girl to the floor while Yuri snarled. The blast of force from her hand to the man sent him flying. He crashed into the opposing wall with a mighty shockwave. People widened their eyes in surprise, as did Sasami. How could she use chakra? Sasami had been in the base for 6 months and she couldn't even do the leaf exercise, never mind actually creating a jutsu. Sighing, Sasami jumped over the railing and landed on the ground. Oi! Oi! Are you alright? Yuri asked as she patted the girl on the back as the girl coughed. Hi. Arigato, she coughed out while Yuri nodded. She was ready to speak again before slow, steady clapping resounded through the walls of the chamber. Yuri continued to pat the girl's shoulder while Sasami joined them. The 3 girls stood as the clapping got louder. People shivered. Some hunched up into corners as the clapping gave way to speaking. Excellent. Excellent, Uzumaki Yuri-san. Truly you and your family are those blessed by Naruto-sama. Even in this base, so devoid of the life essence known as chakra, you are still able to perform these acts of murder through shinobi tactics. Tell me, how much chakra do you have? The voice asked while Yuri slowly panted. What are you talking about? I don't have any chakra. You jerks took it all. Yuri explained heatedly. Sasami and the other captives widened their eyes to her words. Either Yuri was a good liar. Or a really bad one. Ho ho, no chakra, the voice asked before said voice appeared in person. Yuri snarled as she watched the man's mask contort from his facial features. Behind him was perhaps this organization's members as each member began to withdraw their swords from their sheaths. Yuri, the mysterious girl, and Sasami tensed as the members made their way down the spiraling stairs. As they descended, they slowly came up to Yuri. The man in the white playstage mask. He stood before her tall and sleek. His men moved around them and quickly went over to the downed man in the wall. Yuri figured they were merely going to move the man away, but the next thing that happened made the three young girls pale as one member held up his sword before swiftly decapitating the man who had just been downed by Yuri. Sasami looked away while Yuri shivered. It had been a long time, her confrontation with death. She still bits and pieces of it. She always wondered why she never had a mom or a dad, at least until her sister had explained it to her. Death had taken them. Yuri was sure they were at peace. Or who knew, they were probably watching her right now go through this ordeal. What soon followed the decapitation had been a series of words and hand signs, if Yuri had to think about it correctly, and before long the carcass was burning. The smell of burning flesh singed her nose, forcing her to resist the urge to retch over the floor. Men, women and children cowered at the sight of their captors. To the man in the white mask, this was simple. Fear, man's most basic primal instinct. The world only fears two things, change and those who are superior to others. It's common no matter where you go. The world fears itself and that's why it seeks to destroy itself, the man said slowly. It was then that he knelt down to notice the defiant look in Yuri's eyes. Even the girl's companions were terrified of the man and his associates. Good, the training was already showing results. The man turned back to his followers. Bring these three to my quarters immediately, he said as he began to walk off. Understood, Regent Sama, one of the men, Yuri was assuming this was a male by his voice from his mask, said as he quickly grabbed the arms of the three women. On your feet. Get moving. He ordered as he shoved them forward. Yuri would have gladly tried to fight him, but she stood to lose more than her life if she lost. Plus they were entirely surrounded. Yuri couldn't even handle one of them, let alone this many. All she could do was grit her teeth and trudge forward. Slowly the three were taken away from the room they were just in and taken through more dark corridors. It was odd that the men didn't bother to blindfold them like the previous times. The three girls merely followed the man as he led them away. All the while, Sasami nudged Yuri in her arm. Yuri glanced in Sasami's direction and slowly gulped at the scolding look on Sasami's face, clearly chastising her for their predicament. Yuri shrugged with a challenging look that questioned what Sasami would have done. Sasami blinked before sighing and she nodded to the silent conversation they had. To Yuri's left, she took note of the girl she saved, trembling. Yuri patted her on the shoulder, arching the girl up in surprise and slight fear. It looked like the ordeal had scared her more than Yuri realized. Hey, you okay? Yuri asked. The girl looked at her for a second before taking a breath to calm herself, or at least she made the attempt to do so. Hi. Thank you for saving me, she paused, hoping to bring out Yuri's name, which the latter nodded. Yuri. Yuri Uzumaki, Databayan. This right here to my right is Sasami Fumasan, Yuri said. Sasami leaned over and waved with a rather hesitant smile. The girl offered an awkward smile as well, but waved nonetheless. Nice to meet you both. I'm Amaru. Thank you for helping me, the girl named Amaru said while Yuri slowly nodded. Sasami just shrugged while their guard turned around. Cut the chit-chat, you three. Remember your place, the masked man said to them. Sasami nodded while Yuri stuck out her tongue. Amaru decided to keep quiet. Thankful for the quiet, the man just nodded and kept walking. With time, the four came up to a rather small wooden door. It was illuminated by the light of lamps as the captor slowly opened the door. It was dark, but that was probably to be expected. "Get inside," he ordered, and the girls slowly entered. Unfortunately, Amaru might have entered too slowly before the man shoved her through the door. Yuri caught her and snarled. However, before she could protest the treatment, the man closed the door. Retreating footsteps told Yuri, Sasami, and Amaru that the man was walking away. "Does anyone know where the light is?" Yuri asked. Sasami grumbled before she shook her head, but she was sure her companions didn't see it. Yuri snarled before she pushed forward. Her hand fell to the door, or what she perceived to be the door. "We've got to get out of here." Yuri protested, trying to search for a doorknob. Sasami scoffed. "And go where? Even if we leave, they will search this entire facility for us. Think for a second about how many people have tried to escape. Do you know how many made it?" "No one," Sasami said while Yuri turned around. "So you're going to stop trying just because other people failed?" "No way am I going to stay here. I'm going back to my family and to my life. I'm not going to die here, Databayan," Yuri argued. Sasami wanted to ball her fists and shout some more to get Yuri to see the drastic circumstances of this situation, but she just stayed silent. It wasn't like them falling around in the dark was going to help. Sighing, Sasami began to search as well. Amaru quickly followed after the two and searched around the dark room. The girls must have been searching for 10 minutes before the light suddenly turned on. Yuri squinted from the candles on the desk that just started flickering. Sasami's eyes slowly got used to the light while Amaru blinked. Finally, "Now what?" Sasami asked. The girls looked over the room, but much to their disappointment there wasn't a window or anything like that. Actually, the entire room was just surrounded by stone. There was a lone bed in the left corner and a couple of books scattered across the ground. Sasami moved to pick one up and looked at the title. "Times Before the Elemental Nations?" Sasami asked aloud. She opened the book and raised an eyebrow. She turned a page. Blank. She turned another page and that was blank too. All of the pages were totally blank and wordless. Sasami threw the book away and picked up another. It was blank just like the other book. She picked up another. Blank. They were all blank. "What kind of people are these?" Sasami asked before she, Yuri and Amaru gasped when the door opened. The three quickly backed to a wall, but with no weapons they weren't sure how they were going to manage as the man in the white mask came through the door and into his room. He took note of their expressions. He shook his head and made his way towards his very far-off desk at the opposite side of the room. "Calm down, it's not like I'm going to violate you or something." "Sorry, but I'm not a Lololican," he said with a small smile. Yuri felt shiver go down her spine while Sasami and Amaru frowned. The man in the white mask, or regent, as his followers called him, sat in his chair and closed his eyes. "Oi you, white-masked bastard! Let us out of here!" Yuri ordered, making Sasami and Amaru gasp. Sasami quickly slapped her hand over Yuri's mouth. Yuri's muffled indignities didn't go unnoticed by the regent as he watched the three with an amused expression. "You know I can't do that, Uzumaki Yuri. You are needed in a plan more grand than yourself. You are going to help us rid the world of its ignorance once and for all. Or at least you will lead Uzumaki Naruto into doing this for us," the regent said before Yuri finally managed to escape Sasami's grasp. "You talk about Niken like he'll voluntarily do whatever you want. He won't, Databayan. Narutonii would never go with you stupid people," Yuri protested. To her surprise, the regent nodded. "Hi, you would be right. We don't expect him to. As prevalent as he is to us, he's still trapped by this world's ignorance as well as the blissfulness of its lies. Once we break him of this veil, then he will come to see our cause. I hear you almost died a few days ago, the regent said in a rather well-spoken tone. Yuri growled while Sasami and Amaru glanced to each other. Oh, you mean when your damn friends drowned me and coursed electricity through my veins at the same time? If you had any idea how much lighting-natured chakra I had to course through my body to keep me living, then you would be in surprise. You said you needed me, but it sure sounds like you don't. Yuri remarked. The regent chuckled to himself. Oh, you're mistaken, Yuri-san. You're needed. In fact, we value you amongst all of our recruits. In order to do this mission, everyone must undergo what you have undergone. It's all about a show of resilience. Those who can't show this resilience are still of use to us. After all, even the tiniest speck of dirt has worth to the world. One just has to attempt to see its value is all. Tell me, Uzumaki Yuri, what were your grades in the academy? The regent asked. Yuri raised an eyebrow for a brief moment before growled out. I didn't go to Konoha's academy, she said, which came out as a surprise to Sasami, Amaru, and the regent. However, none would have been able to know about the latter from his mask. I see. Then let me rephrase it another way. Yuri-san, how is the Hokage determined? The regent asked. Yuri nearly dropped her guard, being caught off guard by the question. The man could have asked this for a possible two reasons. 1. He didn't know how, and if Yuri knew, then he would gain a better insight, or he already knew and looking to see if she knew, then he would pop his weird philosophy on her. Add this all to the fact that Yuri didn't know the question was a little better. I don't know, Yuri said with a bit more hesitation than she might have intended. The regent smiled. The Hokage is selected by the previous Hokage. If that, let's say, the previous Hokage dies and cannot do so, then the Fire Daimyo will select candidates based on decisions by the Konoha Council and the Fire Daimyo Council. After they are selected, it is up to be approved by the Jonin of the village that the newest Hokage will be approved, the regent said, the smile never leaving his face, something which greatly irritated Yuri. Good to know. What does that have to do with? Yuri stopped as the man held up a finger. Yuri-san, a teacher would be disappointed in your answer. The grade you would have received for such a thing would have been an F. While the grade I would have received would have been an A, the regent said. Yuri slowly nodded, wondering where the man was going with this. Yuri-san, why is the F designated as the failure? Why is the A designated as success? Imagine how the F feels being glared at, being told by all to be avoided at all costs, while the A is fought to get to with determination. Yuri-san, why is Z last and A first? Why can't Z be first and A be last? Why is there superiority in meaningless things such as this? The saying, nice guys finish last. Who coined such a phrase? Why is this a reality in this world? It's because the world hates itself. Everyone, anywhere and everywhere, hate not only themselves, but everyone else. Even family members hate each other, the man said while Yuri narrowed her eyes. The regent took notice. Well, perhaps he would steer clear of the topic of families. The point is, Yuri-san, there are only 3 ways to achieve peace. 1. Divine intervention, and let's be honest. The gods do not care what humanity does with itself so long as some continue praying to them. The second option. Erase everyone's individuality and rule under absolute tyranny. Of course there will be resistances against such a method, so that's impossible. Lastly is the third option, the regent smirked. Yuri waited for him to speak, but he didn't. However, she was surprised as a light flashed over her, Sasami and Amaru. Yuri tried to move, but she found her body to be trapped as if frozen in ice. Sasami grunted, but she was unmoving as well. Amaru's eyes told her story, she was scared definitely. Don't worry, you can speak. I left you that ability, he said while Yuri felt the power to move her mouth come forth. She growled before she opened her mouth. What did you do to us? Yuri asked, making the man smirk to himself. I simply focus my powers over your own. It's not permanent, he said, making Yuri snarl. Before long he snapped his fingers and 3 members dropped to the ground. Take them back to their cells and prepare Yuri-san for her evening ritual, the regent said, making his men nod. Yuri could do nothing and neither could her companions as the people picked them up. Wait a second. You didn't tell me the third option, Databayan. Yuri shouted as they were just at the door. The regent stopped and turned around. His left hand cupped Yuri's chin. He leaned over and whispered into her ear. Yuri widened her eyes as she felt the very pits of despair and anger seep into her soul. This person was insane. Yuri could only look in angst, disgust and shock as she was dragged away while the regent smirked, bowed and then closed the door to his room. His effects had been achieved. 3 more days passed by. Night settled over the sky and the moon was its crown. Near the daimyo's compound, people slowly began to roll through the gates by the bundles. It was pretty obvious what they were all there for. If one had been a guard, then they could see a wide array of people in noble clothing walking into the grounds. Men and women each wore splendid, well-woven clothing that covered their frames. Others appeared in business suits for possible negotiation purposes. However, in contrast to the people laughing and talking with each other, it was still a time of dread. That so very few people realized. Actually, it was only because the fire daimyo didn't want it to go out that it wasn't public. How could the fire daimyo host a party to the public that would most likely be attacked by terrorists? He couldn't do it. He could only hope and pray that the 12 guardian shinobi as well as the team from Konoha would be able to do their duties. That said, Kushina, stop moving. You're going to mess up your kimono. I just got it neatly folded for you, Mikoto sternly said, making Kushina pout. I don't see why I'm going. I demand we switch teams. Kushina said vehemently. Mikoto chuckled to herself, but shook her head. Honestly, only Kushina could be so childish during times like this. You can't abuse your authority as squad leader like this, Kushina. Just think of it as another trial. When we made this arrangement, you agreed to it as well. Besides, you and I are going to be with our sons. If they can bear it, then we can too, Mikoto said while Kushina snorted and folded her arms, which got a rather tightened glare from Mikoto. Kushina winced and dropped her arms, placing Mikoto's mood into a happier one once again. Kushina sighed. In the meantime, Naruto groaned as he fidgeted with his kimono. It's hot in this damn thing, Naruto said, making Sasuke sigh. Though the latter couldn't help but agree. After all, the two were wearing their Heineken outfits under their kimonos. It was rather irritating. If you keep saying that it's going to get hotter, idiot. Just put up with it, Sasuke said, making Naruto nod, though it was a very much reluctant one. Still, Naruto really wished the daimyo wasn't going to have this party. After Kushina and Mikoto had talked about their experience 3 days ago, the entire team had thought about what to do. Kushina opted for a more outward team to keep the enemy from getting inside, but Kakashi questioned if they would already be inside if anyone couldn't sense them in that time. Yugao tried to suggest that they all go in, but the 12 guardian shinobi couldn't allow that without substantial proof, which was something that secretly irritated the group, but none would have voiced that opinion. So in essence, the original plan hadn't changed at all. Naruto, finally done fidgeting with his clothes, leaned against the wall while Kakashi came from one of the rooms along with Yugao. Both had their Heineken scarves wrapped around their necks while their torso's mouthpiece covered their mouths. We'll be scouting the perimeter. I already have Pakken and a few other Ninken scouting the area. Nothing's out of the ordinary. Yet, Kakashi spoke with a narrowed eye. Naruto and Sasuke glanced to each for a brief moment before looking back. Yugao nodded to confirm Kakashi's words. We'll have you bugged with mini radio transmitters. You can contact us on when to move in if we need to, Yugao said, attaching a mic to Naruto's kimono in a hidden section, and then proceeded to do the same to Sasuke. Once that was taken care of, Yugao and Kakashi opened the door. "We'll see you soon," Yugao said as they walked out and closed the door, leaving Naruto and Sasuke alone. Some time passed and both young men heard the patter of footsteps on the staircase. Looking up, Sasuke watched his mother come down in an exquisite kimono. She gently smiled at him as he took her arm. "You look great," Sasuke said, unable to look his mother in the eye from his words. Mikoto merely smiled before thanking her son for the compliment. It was always nice to be appreciated and complimented. However, Naruto stopped. That vision of unrivaled loveliness was breathtaking. His mother's luscious, curvaceous form was spectacular. The way that long hair flowed down the kimono was something else. Naruto truly wished this wasn't a mission. He would have loved to spend today with just this woman in his arms for the night. "You stare any more and your eyes will pop out of your socket, Sochi," Kushina said, smiling. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. His hands shivered. This beautiful woman was his. Kushina blinked as Naruto grabbed her cheek and gently captured her lips. Kushina widened her eyes while Mikoto and Sasuke blinked. Kushina just felt her son powerfully claim her lips as his tongue brushed up against the edges of her teeth. Kushina couldn't resist the slight moan that escaped her mouth as her son trailed a finger down her cheek, marveling at the shape and length of her hair. Kushina sighed. What a pushy man she had in her life, but she supposed that was another of his redeeming qualities. That said, Kushina was a little miffed when the kiss ended and Naruto backed away. The sped-up pant of his breath tickled the hairs just above her lips. If it wasn't for this mission, Kushina grumbled to herself, but she was unprepared as Naruto widely smiled. "You look absolutely stunning, Kachin," Naruto remarked. Kushina's face slowly began to match her hair before she coughed into her hand. Shut up. Of course I do, Databane," Kushina said, rather shaken up from the exchange. Naruto just grinned while Kushina glared at him, but that glare couldn't stay long before a calming look came to her face. Naruto held out his, which Kushina quickly took. Sasuke took a deep sigh before doing the same with his mother. Mikoto smiled at her son before the four walked out the door. It didn't take long at all for the group of four to enter the streets. There were actually so many people. Naruto tried to keep Kushina close to him just so that he wouldn't lose her in the crowd. The same could have been said for Sasuke and Mikoto. "Alright, when we get inside we all know our roles. We'll mingle if at all possible with people while the festivities happen, but we will never split up. We'll always be in two-man teams. The 12 guardians will try to stay near the daimyo, just hidden from his sight. His wife will stay with him. We'll make sure to succeed here," Kushina reminded them. Naruto, Mikoto and Sasuke agreed as they began to slowly blend into the environment. Naruto and Kushina climbed the large stairs into the daimyo estate along with Sasuke and Mikoto, handing in their tokens for getting into the party. "Have a good time, sir. Ma'am," the lead guard said with a small smile. Kushina chuckled with a nod as Naruto guided her away. Sasuke and Mikoto weren't far behind and entered the hallways as well. "Mission commence. Inu, Nico, proceed carefully," Kushina said into her mic under her kimono. On a far-off building, Yugao and Kakashi sat on the rooftops of said building. Yugao sighed as she looked through some binoculars. So many guests and neighboring daimyo. It was going to be hard to keep track of them all. Plus the fact that they didn't even know exactly who they were looking for was an unwanted disadvantage. "East side clear so far," Nico said while Inu quickly nodded. "West side clear as well. If I had to say that this is going to be a race against time. Who knows, this could all be pointless and they're already inside," Kakashi responded. Yugao nodded. She could definitely see that point as well. People who could pass under even the most advanced chakra sensors and detectors would naturally be a national threat if proven hostile. These people were hostile, and therefore if Konoha didn't take care of them, then who knows what they would be doing. We'll just have to hope that Kushinateko and the others will be able to intervene in enough time for us to join up with them. We are a ways away, Yugao said, moving her sights to some other people. Granted, the daimyo palace could only hold so many people, it was still a rather interesting gathering. Yugao hadn't really been to a lot of political parties for the enjoyment, but she imagined that most of these people here were doing that. Hell, the land of winds daimyo. He looked just as big and pudgy as Yugao had remembered reading in some reports. Na Kakashi, so how's life with Rinsen going? Yugao asked. Kakashi lurched forward on the edge of the rooftop they were on before he chuckled somewhere between the fine line of nervousness and amusement. Where did that come from? Kakashi asked, making Yugao smirk. You know what I mean. Whenever you're not around, Rinsen talks about you almost all the time. I hear that you both went someplace nice recently? Yugao asked. Kakashi's eyes showcased his amusement as he looked down. Yeah, he had been spending a lot of his free time with Rin lately. It wasn't like it was an obligation. It was just there. Well, it's not like I had much else to do. Besides, it's been a lot time since I've last seen Rin smile so much. I guess I just like it, Kakashi said, making Yugao smile. Kakashi sighed as he looked over the crowd. Is that why I've seen you speaking a lot with a certain swordsman lately? Anything you would like to share? Kakashi asked, and if he had turned around he would no doubt have seen Yugao motionless as if she were trapped inside a ice prison. That shouldn't have been out yet. We speak of this conversation to no one, Yugao answered back, instantly making Kakashi smirk beneath his mask. Hi, Kakashi said as they continued to look over their potential targets. As they did, Yugao raised an eyebrow as she focused her binoculars. If her eyes could pop through the lens of the seeing object, then they would have. Kakashi, please inform Kushinateko that we may or may not have an issue, Yugao said with a heavy sweat drop. Kakashi raised an eyebrow before moving over to Yugao's position. Yugao shakingly handed him the binoculars. Kakashi looked through them and widened his visible eye. Thank Kami his other eye was covered, or that would have bursted open as well from the surprise. That was Haku.in formal daimyo attire. Uzumaki, we have a problem. Kakashi quickly said, touching the speak button for his mic. Uzumaki? Uzumaki. Kushina. Sasuke. Naruto. Mikoto. Come in. Do you read me? Kakashi asked. Yugao turned to see him narrow his eye before he looked over to the palace. Static. That was all that was won the line. How? What could have caused interference? It was a hyper-secure line. Kakashi, what do we do now? Yugao asked while Kakashi knelt down and placed finger to his chin. He honestly didn't know what they were supposed to do now. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Naruto, Kushina, Sasuke and Mikoto had to marvel at the spectacular setting. It was so different from the time they had all seen it yesterday. So what do we do? Sasuke asked. The four thought for a moment before shrugging their shoulders. I guess we do nothing except we find a small corner and just wait, Naruto said, trying his best to answer the question. Very well, Kazan and I will take a corner. We'll also keep our eyes peeled, Sasuke said as he took a hold of his mother's arm and slowly led her away. The smile that Mikoto sported never left her face as she was taken away to a corner of the room. It was a surprise, but Naruto could already see people speaking with Sasuke and Mikoto as they acted the part. In the meantime, Naruto and Kushina stood at the entrance. Both lost. Would you like something to eat? Naruto asked. Kushina turned her attention to him before smiling. Sure, let's go Sochi. Kushina said as Naruto guided her away. Quickly picking out some things, Naruto handed her a plate. Kushina took a sample. Tasty, she said before she held a piece of food before her son and smiled. Naruto looked down confused. Here, say, Sochi, Kushina said with a rather charming smile while Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Kachin, there are other people here Dadabayo. Naruto said before he grimaced as he noticed his mother's hair start to rise ominously. Her grip on her chopsticks tightened and Naruto could even see the small tears beginning to form on the wooden utensils. Say Sochi, Kushina said with a much wider smile. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. Naruto said opening his mouth as his mother happily placed the food inside. Her smile lessened to a more beautiful one while Naruto swallowed the last bits of his food. Swiftly nodding, Kushina turned around just in time to see a couple come up to them. It's great to see a wife so happy with her husband. Isn't it dear? The lone woman asked while the rather robust man nodded with a large grin before he patted Naruto on the shoulder. Nice work, young man. Be sure to keep her happy. Behind every good great man is an even better woman, he said with a grin. Kushina's face slowly flew upwards while Naruto blinked. He and Kushina exchanged a small look. We were not, Kushina was attempting to say, but the words slowly died in her throat as Naruto gently pulled her into a small hug. What are you saying, Kushina-chan? I am lucky to have you as my wife Dadabayo. You make every day worth living, Naruto said with a large smile. Kushina shivered as she glared forward. Three'll get you back for this Dadabane. Kushina said still shivering while Naruto smiled with a nod of his head. As the other couple went on their way, Kushina huffed. That was exhausting. She'd better ask for a status update before she lost the rest of her nerve. Inu, Nico, status report, Kushina said attempting to bring her mic to her mouth without drawing attention to herself. Her son covered her while she did so. However, Kushina was surprised to hear nothing on the other line. Kushina tapped the mic once more. Inu. Nico. Status report. Kushina said, making Naruto frown. In the far-off corner, Naruto could see Sasuke and Mikoto staring at them. Discreetly Naruto shot him a hand sign, Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Sasuke then leaned over and whispered something into his mother's ear. Naruto could see Mikoto nod the same way before she grabbed Sasuke's arm and led him somewhere. Something's wrong. I'm getting nothing but static in trying to contact Kakashi and Yugao, Kushina said rather urgently. Naruto blinked before he did a brief search of the area. I'm not getting anything. Wait, what's that thing? Naruto asked as he looked up at the ceiling. Kushina looked up with him, but all she could see was hanging tapestry and lights. However, based on her son's vision, then there was obviously something she wasn't seeing. They're in here. They made sure to close off all communication with the outside. There is like a large white barrier around the barrier that Sasuke and I made with the seals. I actually wouldn't have seen it at all if we weren't looking for anything. How did I not sense that? Naruto asked while Kushina looked back to where the fire daimyo was. He was still talking pleasantly with people, so that was a plus. Perhaps. Perhaps we should move the daimyo and his wife? Kushina said aloud to herself. What do you think, Sochi? Kushina asked. She waited a moment, but she didn't get anything for a response. She didn't get one. Kushina turned around and the sight that she saw made her pause. Her son was frozen. He was motionless. Actually, it was more like he was dead, in every sense of the word. Kushina tapped Naruto's arm. Sochi? Kushina asked before Naruto finally found himself and raised his finger, then he pointed it forward. Kushina looked at the outward gesture and followed it before resting forward. She squinted her eyes before they grew larger and larger and larger. Ha, Kushina said while both she and Naruto noticed the new daimyo of Whirlpool smiling and talking with other local daimyo with the water daimyo right next to her. Why? How? When? Why is Haku here? Why is she in daimyo clothing? TCH, I didn't expect to counter this. Kushina thought to herself. You think Kakashi-sensei and Yuge-osen saw her come in? Naruto asked. Kushina shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know how to answer that question. I don't know, but let's not blow out whatever she's doing. There are a lot of political figures here. It'd be best if we settled this matter in private. That said, Kushina said as she grabbed Naruto's arm and dragged him forward. Ah yes, you have a very beautiful wife, sir, Haku said with a smile before she felt a large chill run down her spine. Looking around, her eyes stopped as she noticed the wide, menacing, disturbing form of Kushina marching over to her with Naruto in tow. The large tick mark on her face was easily visible. Haku sighed. This was going to be a long night. As Kushina and Naruto stood before Haku, the latter held out her hand. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've met. I'm the new daimyo of the land of eddies, Haku said with a small, hopefully disarming smile. Kushina's eyebrow twitched while Naruto smiled. Nice to meet you, Whirlpool de Maidono, Naruto said with a small smile. Haku just nodded, rather thankful that Naruto was going with it for now, but the most important person had to go with it as well. After all, the water daimyo was right next to her still. Strange, I didn't know the land of eddies had a daimyo, Kushina said with a raised eyebrow. Haku swallowed her doubt. Well, I did say I was new. I wasn't exactly given a lot of choices in the matter. It was for the good of the people. A country greeting a daimyo without another daimyo would be just a regular insult, Haku said, shifting her eyes over to the water daimyo which, thankfully, Kushina got. I see, and I take it that your entourage is present somewhere? Kushina asked while Haku took a step back. This was the difficult part. Hi, I have very capable people with me. You needn't worry, Haku said with another chuckle that made Kushina give a heavier glare. You heard her, Kachin. We'd better not disturb her, Dadabayo. Let's go. Nice to meet you, Naruto said with a solid wave as he dragged his mother away. Haku waved goodbye before turning around and heaving out a sigh. That was a load of kunai she just avoided. Meanwhile, Kushina grumbled as she picked up a plate while eating it, glaring at the wall. Naruto chuckled sheepishly before looking back to the fire daimyo. The lights went out for a brief second. One lone light shined on the middle of the room. The fire daimyo spoke. I am truly glad that all of you could come and not just celebrate this event, but also come to attempt more negotiations in the name of peace. Now we will have the annual dances of anyone who wishes to participate, he said with a wide smile while his wife stood next to him. Everyone looked at the blank white space before couples slowly started to pour in. Naruto watched them pour in before he looked at his mother for a moment. He grabbed her arm. Kushina perked up. Oh no, Sochi. I am not about to dance. You can't make me. I'm clumsy. I'll only embarrass us, Dadabane. Kushina said as Naruto pulled her to the center. You want the mission to be a success, right? Well, we can sense better if we're in the center of the room, Naruto said with a reassuring nod. Kushina didn't particularly like that logic, but she supposed it worked. As she and her son stood at the center, Naruto grabbed her hand and slowly began to dance, though she was sure her son could see her reluctance in doing so. However, in the upper stands, Sasuke and Mikoto watched as Naruto and Kushina made complete spectacles of themselves. That loser has no tact at all, Sasuke said with a small smirk on his face. Mikoto chuckled as she brushed a piece of hair from her face. Yeah, same can be said for Kushina. They really are made for each other, Mikoto said before sending a glance to her son. Sasuke noticed her glance and sighed. I'm not the best dancer in the world, Sasuke said looking off to the side. Mikoto giggled. I think I knew that much, Sasuke, Mikoto said tenderly while Sasuke closed his eyes. He bit his lower lip for an instant before he grabbed his mother's arm and dragged her away. Mikoto smiled as she was taken away once again. As she looked down she paused. She had no idea her son's hands were so firm. All the while, Kushina sighed as she felt her son's hands on her waist. How did she get roped into all of this? It would have been easy to say no, but looking into those eyes of her son was easy enough to disarm her of any argument. People are watching, Kushina said with a small smile. She had never been much of a dancer even when she and Minato had their wedding. Minato had to literally drag her just like Naruto had done to get her to dance. Still, the slow movement was hypnotizing and comfortable. She was actually happy even despite the mission. She couldn't sense anything, and truth be told some of them were half-assed attempts at best. Still her son was happy to be her dance partner. Yeah, they are. It was funny when that one couple commented on us. You know, husband and wife, Naruto said grinning wide as he spun his mother around. Kushina smiled with a short nod of her head. Yeah, that was pretty funny, if a little ridiculous, Kushina said smiling widely as Naruto led her around slowly so that she could keep pace. Naruto didn't respond so fast before he looked down. He couldn't help his next words. Maybe it isn't ridiculous. Maybe you should marry me, Kachin, Naruto said slowly, intending for his mother to hear every single word. Kushina widened her eyes as Naruto spun her again. She felt like her mind had shut down, allowing the consciousness of her body to take over. Naruto didn't say anything else. It was only then that he noticed Sasuke and Mikoto dancing as well. His gaze softened. Finally the music stopped as people began to clap for those who had been brave enough to dance. The fire daimyo and his wife clapped as well. Naruto and Kushina huffed, as did Sasuke and Mikoto. Once everyone was out of the center of the room. Marvelous. That is truly the way that most beauty can be expressed. As we dance together, I hope we continue to realize that we can dance to the ideals of peace as well, the fire daimyo said, and many people clapped for him. However, that didn't last long as another voice came over him. That is entirely correct, Daimyodono, came a loud, firm voice. Kushina and Naruto widened their eyes while Sasuke and Mikoto stiffened. Truly the beauty in the movement of the body is one that has been created since time immemorial. How can the world know its love of itself if it is not even subjecting itself to time? Like a bird, the world seeks to capture peace and hold it in the palm of its hand. However, humans are the God's worst creation, strangling the very life out of the ideals of peace and prosperity. How can we all work to peace when there are so many of us? It's simple: we must revolutionize. We must revolt, we must purify, we must ascend, the voice boomed over everyone. Haku gasped as she stayed in the far back. Kushina cursed, putting Naruto's words at the back of her head for now. Naruto slowly began to disrobe along with Sasuke and Mikoto. Naruto? Kushina asked while Naruto shook his head. I can't feel anything. I don't sense anything. It's like a ghost in the wind is talking. I don't have anything to lock on to, Naruto said urgently. Kushina couldn't believe this. How could it be this possible? Even now, as the voice was talking, she was trying to move her presence through the entire room to find any fluctuating chakra of any kind, but there wasn't any. Sasuke and Mikoto had their Sharingan moving as fast as they could, but they couldn't see anything out of the ordinary in the room. Even far distances away bore no fruit. There was nothing, and yet there was everything at the same time. We are the parents of the world. We are the guardians of the world. No longer can the world continue in its own blissful ignorance. No longer can the world not hold itself responsible for its actions. No longer can the world be a child. The world must be remade. The world must be renewed. The world must be reborn. The world must grow up, the voice shouted before everyone widened their eyes as a figure dropped to the ground. The fire daimyo stared in shock and horror as his wife, Madame Shirjimi, fell dead to the ground. Her life essence splattered over the carpet floors, slowly dripping down to the center of the room. People were in too much shock to even scream. Naruto blinked. What did he just see? Kushina widened her eyes while Sasuke cursed. He just barely caught that, as did Mikoto. The fire daimyo appeared ready to collapse. And with that, chaos exploded. People shouted and screamed as they pushed against each other. Some tried to move through the closed windows, but found them unyielding in letting anyone go. Even the doors all around the room were locked. Everyone was trapped. Yes, for like a phoenix, out of the ashes of chaos are born the beautiful feathers of peace. How many of you have loved ones? How many have ever felt loss? How many of you have felt despair? How many have felt hope? Love? Anger? Hatred? Madness? Safety? Certainty? Anxiety? Happiness? All these things are but the illusion of the world that waits to be broken. Before was the time of the warring clans, now is the time of the elemental nations. Now then, our various daimyo, our various political figures, our various citizens. It is time to experience true loss, true fear, and true hope. Now is the time of our revolution. With this power, suddenly everyone gasped as they slammed against the floor from untold amounts of pressure. Naruto dropped to his knees in surprise while Kushina panted. Sasuke and Mikoto struggled to their own feet. Haku panted as she found herself pinned to the wall. We will change the world. No longer is there man or woman. No longer is there innocent nor guilty. No longer is there free or bound. No longer is there high class or low class. No longer is there power. There is only the unbroken and the repaired, the man shouted, and with a poof of smoke near the fallen fire daimyo. Naruto, Sasuke, Kushina, and Mikoto gasped as they saw 7 figures appear in the room from nowhere. Each of them held an opera stage mask over their face hiding their features. Naruto almost had to compare them to the Umbu masks he had seen. Kyubi, what is this pressure? Naruto asked while Kyubi snarled. I don't know, brat, but we're going to have to find some way to overcome it, Kyubi said, and Naruto couldn't agree more before the possible leader of the group took his stand. We are one. We are many. We are he. We are she. We are Rikuyo Chumen, the fallen order, and we will guide the world to its true peace. And the first step, he paused as he held his hands together into the air. Naruto, Kushina, Sasuke and Mikoto watched seals of an unspecified nature wrap around the man's frame before they finally expanded and contracted. He spoke. Is dealing with those who lord over another's life. Life isn't so simple, he said before he began to speak again. Come into the world. You who hold the heart of the dead. Find plight and suffering. Find love and hatred. Find joy and sadness. Understand the world as it is to be seen. Grow and grow forever. Curse yourself and resent the order of the unruly. Reitun, Futo Urami, spirit release, unequal resentment, he shouted. Naruto and the others gasped as a white light slowly began to appear over the large audience of captive daimyo and politicians. What followed had been a thunderous explosion that rocked the grounds of the daimyo compound. Kakashi and Yugao cursed as the ground shook. This was not good. Not good at all. Kakashi and Yugao hurried to the scene in utter shock. It had been so fast that both could have hardly reacted. The daimyo's house was gone. Nothing remained of it. People who managed to escape could only look on in utter shock. Kakashi and Yugao turned to each other. Kakashi, the structures, Yugao didn't need to finish as Kakashi quickly hopped of the rooftops. Search and secure Yugao. If you spot an enemy then disengage and regroup. We need to find out what happened, Kakashi said, making Yugao nod as she jumped off as well. This was the worst possible situation that it could have been. As Kakashi and Yugao joined the masses at the bottom, both quickly noticed the new 12 guardians searching through the rubble for perhaps anything that could have given them some hope for the situation. Do you think this has to do with why we couldn't communicate with the others? Yugao asked. Kakashi wasn't exactly sure how to answer that question. Their headsets had been fried for some apparent reason and yet, the channel was still open. It was one of the most confusing things Kakashi could have thought of. For now we'll just have to escort everyone out the compound. Not only have they kidnapped the fire daimyo, but they also kidnapped our squad and other daimyo. As it stands, this situation is out of our control. For now, we'll have to go back and figure this out, Kakashi said, making Yugao nod in agreement. Swiftly the two disappeared from the crowd. When walking, Yugao took note of Kakashi's footsteps. They moved with an urgency and accuracy that she forgot he was capable of having since he had been removed from the Umbu and into regular shinobi duties. It was as if he was walking with the stance of an Umbu captain once again. Though Yugao could understand this sense of urgency. They truly had no time to waste in possibly saving their friends. It wasn't like her, but Yugao wanted to be realistic in that these terrorists wouldn't just kill the daimyo. No, that didn't fit the true terrorist modus operandi. Terrorists wanted to be heard. Their messages was to be broadcasted to the very depths of the world. No one would not know about all. If they were going to kill the daimyo, then they were going to do it over the TV or some way of sending the signal out. Yugao knew that much. She also had to figure that Kakashi knew that much as well. As Kakashi and Yugao came up to the house they had been using for several days, Kakashi unlocked it. Both stepped inside and expressed surprise as they noticed a man in an opera stage mask sitting on their table. Both snarled as they noticed it was the same man they met in the forest those days ago. Kakashi quickly reached for his sword as Yugao did the same. Ah, Hatake-san, Yuzuka-san, I take it that you have enjoyed tonight's festivities? I am honored to have provided such high-quality entertainment to you, he said while Kakashi frowned. Where are our teammates? Kakashi asked, deciding to get right to the point of this issue. Ah, Naruto-sama and his friends. They are all safe, as is the daimyo. His wife. Well, the divorce rate is high enough anyway, the man said. Kakashi and Yugao couldn't resist the glares that came upon their faces, but before they could even think of acting, the man raised a single finger to them both. And your friends will stay safe so long as you do our organization a single thing, the man said, and if Kakashi had to guess from his many years of Umbu experience, this guy was smiling. He was smiling behind that mask so hard that Kakashi figured this guy thought this was a game. Out of the question, we don't work with terror. Yugao paused when she noticed Kakashi hold his hand up. What is it? Kakashi asked, making the man smile to himself. Very good diplomacy, Hatake-san. Take her to Kusa and retrieve a piece of our project. It's about time to begin, the man said, making Kakashi frown. Who is her? Kakashi asked. Kakashi and Yugao noticed the man look to their side. Kakashi and Yugao swiftly turned around and noticed a woman with a mask waving at them pleasantly. Kakashi quickly grabbed Yugao and jumped back, much to the woman's amusement. She could have killed us. Killed the both of us and we wouldn't have known it. These two are no joke, Kakashi thought to himself until he and Yugao noticed two shadows come out of the wall. Two figures stood at her side. They wore masks as well. Kakashi frowned at the way they seemed to stand. It was almost mechanical. Subservient, or submissive-ish if Kakashi needed the words. Hello. You can call me Aki. This here is Ichi and Na, they are my personal toys. They're going to help us on this trip, the female named Aki said as Kakashi and Yugao watched Ichi and Nabao themselves. They then turned back to the man in the mask. So let's say you do this assignment for us, I suppose I could honor one request from you. I'm at least not a savage. So do we have a deal? The man asked. Yugao quickly grabbed Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi, you can't be serious. We don't know that they're telling the truth, Yugao said while Kakashi glanced between the man in the mask and Aki, as well as her two puppets. We also know that our group is scattered. We still know nothing about their abilities, it would be too much of a risk to fight them now. For now, this is all we can do, Kakashi said, making Yugao turn her head away and snarl. Both sheathed their swords, which made the man in the mask smile, though they didn't know it. See? We can all be civilized when we need to be. Aki will fill you in on the rest. I have a prior engagement, the man said, and just like a whisper in the wind he was gone without a trace. Kakashi wasn't even sure he had seen the man move, let alone disappear. Both turned and noticed Aki clapping her hands together. Now let's go on our awesome, romanticism adventure, Aki said, making Kakashi and Yugao glance to each other. Yugao shook her head while she looked at the humans with masks labeled Ichi and Eni. Yugao just couldn't get rid of the unsettling feeling festering in the depths of her soul that this was all going to go terribly wrong. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. Kami, what the hell happened to him? Leaning up, Naruto blinked as he noticed he was on a bed, a really nice bed. One of the best-looking beds he had ever had the opportunity of seeing. Naruto shifted his eyes to his left and noticed Kushina beginning to stir as well. Looking over his body, Naruto noticed he was still dressed in his Heineken attire. Suddenly alarm drowned Naruto's senses as he hopped out of the bed. That's right, I tried to stop the attack, Naruto said to himself before he grabbed his headset piece. Kakashi-sensei, Yuge-osan. Come in. Come tch. Naruto said as his wires fried. Naruto jerked the headset from his ears and dropped it to the floor. With a small curse, Naruto looked over the room. He saw his and his mother's swords near the door. They rested neatly next to each other. Where the hell are we? Naruto asked himself before he moved for the door. He quickly turned to Nob. Of course the fucking thing was locked. With a great sigh, Naruto walked back to the bed. Leaning over his mother, he rubbed her shoulder to wake her up. As peaceful as she looked, this situation demanded her attention right now. Okay, so let's go over the facts, Sochi. You can't teleport us out of here, we have no idea where we are, we have no idea where our teammates are, and it is most likely we have been captured, correct? Kushina asked. Naruto just nodded while Kushina exhaled tiredly and stood to her feet. Naruto did the same as they collected their swords and strapped them to their waists. I still can't believe how fast it happened. This is the worst possible situation, Kushina said while Naruto chuckled. We could be dead, Naruto pointed out. Kushina could only find the humor in the joke as her son was virtually incapable of dying just as she was. Still, her son's joke aside, Kushina looked around the room. Windows were way up near the ceiling. It was a very tall ceiling. The door to their only escape was locked. Something happened with her son's powers. Again, and lastly, they had no information to work with currently. Alright Kushina, you've been in worse situations than this, Kushina thought to herself. Looking at her son, she noticed him add Honshu to his feet. Since Honshu was basically the base form of chakra, it was more raw than chakra, so Kushina watched her son stick to the wall. She watched him go for about half the distance of the ceiling before she watched him fall and bash his head into the floor. Okay, so wall walking was a no-go as her son demonstrated. There were various techniques that a person could employ to restrict another person from chakra walking. Perhaps those tactics were employed here. Taking out two of the kunai in her pouch, Kushina moved to the wall. Her hope was that she could do it the only fashioned way and scale the wall by stabbing holes into it and ascending that was. As Kushina tried to stab her way into the wall, she cursed when the kunai merely deflected from the wall. She tried to puncture the wall more forcefully, but that with time and numerous efforts she found her goal futile. Glancing to her left, Kushina noticed her son with his sword in hand. Sochi, maybe WWE shouldn't, Kushina said as she ducked behind the bed as Naruto flared his Honshu. Yuzu no Fukushu, Fukan Hoden, Whirlpool Revenge, Eruption Discharge, Naruto shouted as his sword coated itself in a large flame. As he held his sword back, Naruto glared at the front door. With a cry, he was ready to swing his sword forward in all his attempts to break down the door. I wouldn't do that if I were ya. Naruto stopped mid-swing while Kushina widened her eyes, but quickly looked to their left and noticed a rather bulky-looking man, with a mask, leaning against the wall entirely relaxed. If Naruto didn't know any better he would have sworn this guy was smiling behind that mask. Standing to her feet, Kushina made her way over to her son cautiously. She placed her sword at her hip while Naruto narrowed his eyes. These here walls are coated in a special chakra elixir. Your jutsu would bounce right off in it destroying this place, the man said before leaning himself off the wall. And who are you? Kushina asked. The man didn't move for a second before he took a step forward. Naruto snarled while Kushina readied herself to attack at a moment's notice. Even this close, no matter how good you tried to perceive yourself to be, even genin should have been able to feel one's chakra signature. It still wasn't the case with this man. He kept walking and walking until he was right before Naruto and Kushina. The two glared at his towering form before he did something neither of them could have expected. Slowly he dropped to one knee and bowed to the both of them. I'm but your humble servant, my eternal king and benevolent queen, he said as he kept his head bowed lowly to the ground. Kushina blinked while Naruto remained silent. Obviously for Uzumaki, these words just did not compute exactly in the back burners of their subconscious. Darkness, that was all Sasuke could really see. Judging by the blood that was rushing into his skull, he figured that he was upside down. He hated being in the daze that he was in, but he couldn't do anything about it at the moment. Some type of device was attached to his arms and legs. Whatever it was restricting his chakra at the moment. No wonder he felt hazy. Still, one simply didn't capture Uchiha Sasuke. Though I suppose I'll have to get out of this myself. I still don't know where Kazan is or anyone else. Looks like I'll just wait for a minute, Sasuke thought to himself. It wasn't the most optimal of solutions, but in unknown territory it was the only one he had at the moment. As soon as Sasuke finished that thought, he turned his head and noticed that the door was being opening. The creaking of his old frame was racking on his ears, but not much he could do about that. The bolts of the door squeaking seemed like hours to him before they stopped. Greetings Uchiha Sasuke, I apologize for the uncomfortable accommodations, but please bear with them for now. You see Sasuke-san, we truly want no harm to come to our king and queen's friends. No, far from it, we have nothing but good things for all of you, however interference cannot be tolerated. The voice, light in tone and texture, spoke to Sasuke. He argued with himself whether this was male or female. Normally he could have told right away, but the way this person spoke might have had a gender-neutralish voice to it. Is that right? Well, mind telling me where I am then? Sasuke asked. The voice remained silent for a moment before it chuckled. I do mind actually. I know you want information that you can attempt to use to your advantage. That's how most of the world is. Please count yourself lucky Sasuke-san. You might not know it, but there are a number of women in our organization who would like nothing more than to say that their child was an Uchiha. Same for some men as well, the voice said. It was then that the voice could see the glowing eyes of Sasuke Sharingan in the darkness. Granted, Sasuke knew his Sharingan couldn't see in complete darkness, it could still see chakra and oh right, he still got nothing. Well, it wasn't about seeing the person, it was merely about making point. You touch my mother in any way and I will have Naruto torment your souls for the rest of eternity in the bowels of the Shinigami, Sasuke glared, making the voice chuckle. Duly noted Sasuke-san. You have no need to worry for your mother. She is in good hands. Unlike this world, I am not a barbarian, the voice said before it faded away. Sasuke could hear the clamps of the door closing before he frowned. With a heavy grunt, Sasuke leaned upward with his stomach muscles to his hanging feet. God, he wished he could use his hands for this. With his teeth, Sasuke opened the small compartment in his shoes and pulled out a small sunbon needle. To say that Haku didn't know hard work was a lie. When you live with a missing knee trying to do job after job to eat, live and other things, then you learn that roughing it isn't so out of the ordinary. Actually, for Haku, it was the standard norm. Though, she could have done without the cracking of a whip upon her ears. Hurry up, you nobles and daimyo, get a taste of what people who live under you do every day, a man shouted as Haku looked up where he was standing. In his hands was either a whip comprised of chakra or whip comprised of some white power that she couldn't identify. She looked to her left and noticed Karen, Kamachi, and Konan doing the same thing. They were trudging through the dirty mud pushing some kind of wheel over and over. Haku's formal clothing that the villagers made her was easily in tatters along with those of the water daimyo and fire daimyo. Haku truly felt more sorrow for the latter. He just lost his wife and not even enough time to grieve. She wondered why Zabuza wasn't down here, but figured he wasn't in any better a position either. Still, she just kept pushing. So how are we going to get out of this? Karen asked as she kept pushing. Konan and Kamachi narrowed their eyes from their places. It actually impressed Konan that Kamachi was as attentive to the place as she was. Her eyes seemed to be able to take into account everything for the few moments that they were there. I'm not sure. Right now all we know is that they have a large hostility towards nobility. For now we'll just have to work this way, Konan said, making Karen nod nervously. I have an idea, Kamachi said, getting their attention. However, it requires Hakusan, Kamachi lowly. Kami, how tough was this mud? It was like trying to peel away everything, but they couldn't stop right now. As Kamachi spoke, Konan lowered her gaze while Karen nodded several times. It was risky and it was downright stupid, but they didn't have the luxury of anything concrete at the moment. That might work, but it could mean your death, Kamachizan, Karen said while Kamachi shrugged. My family is worth it, Kamachi replied. Karen just gave a small smile while Konan looked at the ground. She didn't know what to say to such things if she were honest. King? Queen? What are you talking about? Kushina asked as the man kept his head bowed. Naruto and Kushina glanced to each other in confusion. Kings and queens were so rare in the nations nowadays. It wasn't so hard to declare royalty, but something like a king or queen were just not as common as any other political figures in the world at large. The one who will lead us to the promise of the greater, Moro, our king and lord O, the realm O, the dead, Naruto Uzumaki-sama. The one at his side, his queen, Kushina Uzumaki-sama, he said. Kushina took a step back while Naruto shivered. Now Uzumaki-sama, give us the power you promised us. Give our organization your immense strength, he said as he jumped to his feet and attempted to grab Naruto's shoulders. However, the blonde was too fast and backflipped through the air. He raised his sword into the air. Instantly, Kushina appeared at her son's side while the man grinned. I want your power inside me, he shouted as he lunged at Naruto and Kushina. The two scowled and were ready to intercept, however they were surprised when the man's face was grabbed and slammed into the floor. He was held there by another man with a more elegant-looking mask. The man whose head was being held down laughed and cackled as clawed at the elegant carpet with his nails, his teeth shivered while drool from his excitement escaped his lips. Naruto held his mother back as far as he could while the man in the elegant mask smiled. Apologizes, some of us have never been in such a presence and get overwhelmed. Have no worries Uzumaki-sama, we will relieve him from your presence, he said before glaring down at Mu. Mu, you have disgraced us before our king and queen, punishment will apply later, he said before he picked up Mu and placed him against the wall. Naruto and Kushina gawked as they watched the wall absorb the man until he was fully gone. Now then, allow me to reintroduce us, my king and queen. You may refer to me as Regent. I thank you for coming to us today, the Regent said as Naruto slowly and carefully gave up his defensive posture. Where are we? Naruto asked, making the Regent smile with a nod. You are within our organization, the organization whose goal is to revolutionize the world at large. For that we need your power, the Regent said, making Naruto frown. He glanced to his mother. She nodded. He then nodded in turn. These people knew. Somehow they knew about his contract and he had no way of knowing how. How do you know about that? Naruto asked. The Regent remained silent. Naruto growled as he balled his fists. Tell me how you know about that. Naruto shouted as he lunged at the man and pinned him to the floor. The Regent merely gave Naruto a look through his mask while Naruto growled. It's fairly simple to explain, my king. Everything and everyone no matter where they are have a trace of residual components of energy. No matter its form it can be picked up when it needs to be. As for you Uzumaki-sama, the places you have traveled and the many things you have done have left over vast quantities of your residual energy. Your energy was a particularly interesting thing. All other energy gravitated towards yours. Through countless tests we found that this energy was actually the outline of spiritually based beings. We surmise them to be the dead who have nothing, but the residue energy of His Majesty, he said, making Naruto shake. Honshu could leave residual energy? He hadn't considered such a possibility to be true. In time, Kushina placed a hand over Naruto's shoulder. Sochi, calm down. Now isn't the time to get shaken Databane. Kushina said, making Naruto twitch. With a heavy sigh, he removed himself from the Regent and took a couple of steps back. Kushina could see that her son was obviously displeased with the situation and she couldn't blame him, but now wasn't the time to lose their heads. They didn't know where any of their friends were and they didn't know the status of their own situation. What do you want from my son? Kushina asked. Seamlessly the Regent stood to his feet and dusted off his clothes. He looked at them both before scratching the cheeks of his mask. You see Kushina-sama, the world doesn't know what it wants anymore. However, we know what it needs. This cycle of meaningless death and hatred. Kushina-sama, Naruto-sama, when did it become alright for Shinobi to kill other people for money? When did it become alright for one person to dictate the life and death of others? When did it become alright when killing your family meant being a great service to others? The Regent asked. Naruto didn't speak. Neither did Kushina. The two merely looked at the Regent before he walked towards the wall. So you think you have the answer? Naruto asked with folded arms. The Regent turned back to him and his eyes suddenly glowed with an ominous feeling that Naruto couldn't place exactly. Well, my king, that all depends on you now, doesn't it? Please try to get some rest. I will fetch you later, he said as he dissolved into the wall, leaving Naruto and Kushina alone. As she looked to the left, Kushina shivered when she saw her son looking at the floor. With a heavy sigh, Kushina sat on the floor, still stuck on what to do. Yuri blanched at the food in her bowl. Was it her imagination or did a small tentacle rise out of the soup before dropping back in? Just the thought of it would have driven Yuri up the wall normally. How can you eat this? Yuri asked as she and Amaru noticed Sasami eating her fill of the soup without complaint. You learn to stomach what you need to in order to survive. It's not well cooked, it smells funny, and I'm sure I'm going to throw up later, but for right now I will have a full stomach, Sasami said, making Yuri and Amaru look at the bowl. With a heavy sigh, Yuri resigned herself to her fate as she ate her food. Amaru did as well. "No, Amaru, you said something about a sensei you were looking for. Who was that?" Yuri asked, making Amaru give a small smile to herself. She toyed with her soup for a moment before speaking. "Shino-sensei. He helped me become a doctor. I'm still an amateur compared to him, but I've been with him for a long time now. I was an orphan growing up because my parents died from an unknown disease. No one wanted to be near me, but Shino-sensei not only showed me kindness, but he also treated me. He taught me that saving people was worth more to the world than killing them, so I became a medic," Amaru said with a wide smile. Yuri scratched her cheek and chuckled while Sasami nodded, the small smile on her face evident. "Well, we'll find him too. You can count on me, Databayan," Yuri said with a thumbs up. Amaru seemed surprised, but nodded happily. "That said, this place is still huge. Not to mention the shifts in the guard changes. We're going to have our work cut out for us. Is there any way you can contact your village or anyone?" Sasami asked, which made Yuri shake her heads. "I'm sure Shizunsen and Iruji would have been able to do something, but I don't know where they are. I definitely can't leave without them," Yuri said in a firm tone. Sasami sighed while Amaru nodded in agreement. "I wouldn't waste my time if I were you," came a voice that forced Sasami's eyes to narrow and her grip over her spoon to tighten. Yuri and Amaru looked up and noticed a rather slim-looking woman with long brunette hair looking at them. The texture of her creamy skin had Yuri baffled for a second. "This talk doesn't involve you, Kotoheim," Sasami said lowly as she turned to look back at her family. Kotoheim chuckled as she looked over to Yuri. "Sorry to break it to you, but if your friends aren't here in this dome with the rest of us, then they're either in one of two places. They are either in the very lower mines, which might as well be hell for some people, or they are in the levels lower than that. I haven't been there, but let's just say that I wouldn't want to go down there," she said while Yuri glared. "I will save them. On my name, I swear it," Yuri remarked. Kotoheim just shook her head and sighed. "You really don't get it, do you? This isn't a place where you wish for something and you get it. Isn't that right, Sasami? Even Hanzaki hasn't been the same since." Kotoheim stopped when Sasami shot up from her seat and glared at her. "So you expect us to just keel over like dogs waiting for a bone from Outmasters? Don't be ridiculous. Kotoheim, what happened to you? The Kotoheim I knew would never have given up. You haven't changed at all. As soon as the tough times hit, you run and beg and plead to anyone willing to take you in. It was the same with Orochimaru." "Here I thought you changed," Sasami said, making Kotoheim snort. "And here I thought you would have grown out of your childish fantasies, Sasami. The rest of the Fuma clan has given up, you might as well too," Kotoheim said, making Sasami snarl. "Why don't you just come out and say that you're a damn coward?" Yuri said, much to the shock of Amaru, Sasami and Kotoheim. Yuri glared at Kotoheim before she pounded her own chest. "I am going to save Shizunsen and Iruji, and anyone while I can. My cousin told me this, don't underestimate me. I don't quit and I don't run. You can act tough all you want. You're not gonna scare me off. No way. I'm not gonna run away, I never go back on my word. That is my nindo, my way of the shinobi. So you can take your attitude and give it to someone else, 'cause we don't need it," Yuri replied angrily. Sasami chuckled lightly while Amaru grinned. From the look on Kotoheim's face, Yuri could only see something akin to not even anger, only disappointment. "Yeah, you do that. Looks like you've got yourself people just as simple-minded as you, Sasami," Kotoheim said before she walked off with her food. The three kunoichi watched her go before Yuri sat down to her seat. Though as much as I hate to admit it, she has a small point. Surprisingly, other than Yuri-san, we have no access to our chakra. How are we supposed to fight them or even escape? Amaru asked. Yuri and Sasami sighed as they tried to think of any solutions that they could give. Unfortunately, they came up short. It was then that banging came upon the railings of the upper levels of the entire structure where everyone resided. The three girls and the surrounding prisoners looked up at a rather large screen hanging overhead. "Oh, this can't be good, can it?" Sasami asked, making Amaru and Yuri shake their heads. In the far lower levels of the chambers, the cracking of a whip resounded, signaling a small break. Haku dropped to her knees and huffed, as did Karen, Kamachi and Konan. All the ones who had been trudging their tired muscles through the mud while pushing the wheels to attempt to open the large stone door in front of them. Haku looked up tiredly, as did the others. They noticed the big and wide screen that suddenly descended from the ceiling. "What is it now?" Karen asked. Konan and Kamachi squinted at the sight. Something inside Konan just told her that this wasn't what they assumed it was going to be. It was going to be so much worse. Sasuke grumbled as he watched the young child in the mask sitting behind him with a small TV in front of him. "You're not going to want to miss this, Yukihazen. The unveiling is going to resound amongst the chambers of our organization and through the channels of history to come," he said, making Sasuke narrow his eyes from his upside-down position. With this, Sasuke truly wondered if he could just burn the kid in front of him, but he doubted he could have done so and truly gotten away with it. The TV screen flickered on. Sasuke's eyes lowered slightly. Not having any light for perhaps the last several hours had forced him to grow adjusted to the dark. The light of the TV screen was more than a little disconcerting. Deep, so far deep, in the bowels of the lair. Zabuza wiped his sweat with a rag as he put down his shove. "The break is earlier this time. Can you think of any reasons?" came a voice that sat next to him. Zabuza turned a small glare to the person next to him before he turned over and noticed Mikoto sit next to him, the sweat of her brow the same also. "More than likely an announcement will be made soon. I surmise they will be moving forward with more of their plans," Mikoto said while Zabuza grumbled to himself. He looked to his left and the very, very, very large hole he and his fellow prisoners had been working on for the past few hours. "Any success in finding your student, Shinosan?" Mikoto asked, making the man shake his head. "I merely know that whoever she is, then she's better of where she is than here," Shino said, making Mikoto frown, but she didn't reply. With time, the two males and one female looked up and noticed a screen begin to show. Its lights flickered on. Zabuza had a horrible feeling in his gut. Zabuza didn't believe in paranoia, not with his line of work. Once fully descended as far as they would go, the screens flickered on. Everyone watched with bated breaths as the regent came up to the screen. Behind him were 5 figures. Yuri widened her eyes as she saw the woman in the mask. For Yuri, there was no mistaking that mask's shape and structural design. In her anger, Yuri accidentally broke her spoon, much to the surprise of Sasami and Amaru. "Greetings, followers, prisoners, and royal bigots. You must all be wondering why the tasks have stopped for such a short notice. No need for alarm, this is merely a time for rejoicing. For countless years, our organization has searched for those lost to us. Now, like the long-lost parents' reunion with an orphan child, we have been gracious enough to receive our destined king and queen. Gaze upon them and know that with their powers we will not just bring our revolution, but we will also break the corrupt world apart, forcing it to grow up." "Our king and queen," the regent said as Naruto and Kushina appeared on the screen. "Say what?" Yuri shouted as best she could. Mikoto and Zabuza frowned indefinitely. Haku and Karen could hardly believe their eyes, while Konan and Kamachi narrowed their eyes with a firm hardness. Sasuke glared at the TV screen while the young boy cheered while he clapped. If Sasuke could have burned that TV screen, then he would have. Nezen wouldn't go with such an organization no matter the reasons. They have them caught as well, Kamachi said, making Karen nod. However, Konan was looking at other things. She turned to look at Haku for a moment before turning back. This break we should probably talk Haku through our plan, Konan said. Karen nodded. How is your paper trail? Karen asked while Konan held up a sleeve. The passages were definitely made ingeniously, but I'm getting a layout of the tunnels. I just need the deep lower floors now, Konan said, making Karen and Kamachi nod. How long until we commence the plan? Konan drew in a breath at Kamachi's question. I would need a week for that, Konan said, and dare she say that she saw a look of worry on Karen's face as well as Kamachi's. Normally I would say 23 days, but we have no real information to go off of with these people, so I'm trying to make as much of an advantage for us as possible. We'll just have to wait, Konan said, making Karen sigh. Kamachi merely nodded while Konan turned her gaze back to the screens with Naruto and Kushina's faces on them. Konan shook her head, but didn't say anything. Now my fellow people, I do understand. After all, they look just as confused and misguided as some of us do. However, fear not, for the time will soon be at hand for the revolution of the world, he said before the screens went black and ascended back into wherever they came from. A week had passed since Team Guren had been on the case for the missing Shinobi, Shizune, Ebisu, and Yuri. They had all been going as far as they could for as long as they could. They had just left Taki, Oto, and Yu. Nothing had yielded any results over there. The fact that they went through 3 countries in 7 days could have told someone how hard they were hoofing it. It was a pain, Guren admitted, but they had 3 weeks, and if they had that much time then they would go back and search. Looking back, Guren frowned when she saw the sweat on Yura, Irika, and Shikamaru's faces. Naturally, perhaps Ibiki was more used to these types of things. Guren was herself, naturally. However, these were 3 Chunin. Guren couldn't imagine Irika running around this much from a classroom, and Shikamaru was just lazy. Yura, she hid it well, but she was getting tired too. Guren could also see the small signs of bags under Yura's eyes. With a sigh, Guren dropped to the ground. We will set up camp here for the day. Fetch supplies, Guren said. The others of Team Guren dropped down as well. They quickly saluted her and quickly made to secure the campsite, which, being a standard routine by now, left everyone with as much time as they needed. With full stomachs and fully rested, Guren pulled out a map showing it to her teammates. Everyone looked it over. So far 3 X's had been on the map. I believe that the disappearance of many clans from Oto no Kuni is a part of this. Perhaps it would be best if we received some backup, Shikamaru said, making Guren turn to him. You believe we need the manpower? Guren asked. Shikamaru sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. The assistant to the Hokage was captured, as was an elite jonin of Konoha. We also have to take into account Uzumaki Yuri. We're probably dealing with something out of our zone, Shikamaru said, forcing Guren to place a finger to her chin in thought. Though Shikamaru didn't know it, his words held more truth than he probably intended. Not that many in this group knew it, but Yuri was also a Jinchuriki. Granted, she wasn't a Jinchuriki for very long, she was still a good one thanks to Naruto's help and the number of hours the Uzumaki clan had poured into her. Yuri would have been a formidable opponent against any but the most battle-hardened people. For her to lose, it did instill a sense of worry in Guren. Perhaps it would be best if we found ourselves a different strategy. Say, for instance, I was thinking we could implicate this, Irika said as he pointed to an area on the map. Yura attempted to listen to the conversation, but if she were honest, it was hard to do so. The thoughts of worry over her sister were almost always connected to other thoughts. Now Yura wasn't stupid. Of course she knew Yuri could handle herself. It was in her sister's rambunctious nature to do so. Still, worry was worry, and that didn't mean that Yura didn't have it. Yuri. That was all Yura had left from her mother and father. Suddenly, Yura gasped as Guren grabbed her head and pushed her into the ground. The next thing Yura realized was a monstrous explosion ringing in her ears as the ground around her shook violently. Guren held Yura down while Ibiki and Irika dashed into the trees. Enemy attack. Defensive formation. Guren shouted as the shaking soon stopped. Yura quickly grabbed her back and hid into one of the trees. Shikamaru jumped off into cover as well. How many opponents? Guren asked as she drew into the bushes. Quickly scanning the area, Yura could feel the sweat drop from the side of her face. She could see 4 whitish-blue hues of chakra about a couple of meters away. I'm sensing 4 opponents in the plains just north of here, Yura shouted. Let's move. Guren said, and Team Guren quickly fanned out for that location. They all made short work of the distance between them and their targets. With that lead diminished, they quickly peered out into the plains. The sight made everyone give pause. Yura, you said 4 enemies, correct? Guren asked as Yura looked past the trees. She widened her eyes. That couldn't have been possible. Hi, Yura said as she counted 5 enemies in the plains, but the thing that shook her to her core, that filled her with a large sense of worry, that nearly killed her spirit, was seeing Kakashi and Yugao as 2 of the 5 enemies in the field. Keikakashizan, Yura said while Guren narrowed her eyes. Oh come now, let's not behave like children playing hide and seek, Konoha Shinobitachi. I was of the opinion Konoha was known for its hospitality. You wouldn't want to ruin that image now, would you? Aki asked, making Guren frown. She quickly waved her hand. The others glanced towards her, but didn't speak as they dropped to the ground. As Team Guren came into the field, Kakashi and Yugao didn't move. They merely watched as Guren looked at them a little oddly. Switching sides, Kakashi? That's not really your style, is it? Guren asked. Kakashi turned a small glare towards Aki, who merely continued to show her smile. Not a word, Hatakesan, if you know what's good for you and your team, she said in her thoughts, giving Kakashi that message. Kakashi narrowed his eye before he took a step forward. Ibiki raised his kunai before a hand from Guren stopped him. Her eyes never left Kakashi's as she stared deep into the passages of the Sharingan. With a small smirk, Guren sighed. Will nothing dissuade you, Kakashi? I could kill you as an act of treason, Guren answered. Kakashi's response was to take out his sword. At his behind was Yugao. She took out her sword as well. Aki clapped with a wide smile on her face. Kakashizan, Yugao-san, don't do this. Where is Nizan? Kushina-san? Sasuke-san? Mikoto-san? Yura asked. In an instant, everyone gasped as Kakashi appeared behind Yura. The blade of his sword glimmered in the light of the sun. Time seemed to slow down as Yura glanced behind her. Kakashi swung his sword for Yura before he found it blocked. Kakashi turned a small glare to see Ibiki's kunai drawn. He looked at Kakashi angrily while Kakashi narrowed his visible eye. That single action seemed to spark everything as Yugao unsheathed her sword. She quickly made her way for Shikamaru. Troublesome, I guess I have no options, Shikamaru said as he took out a kunai. Ah, you're all no fun. Nah, Ichi, help Hatakesan and Yuzuki-san, Aki said as the 2 masked puppets shot towards the Konoha shinobi. Na quickly coated its left hand in chakra while Ichi took out a kunai. Irika quickly moved to intercept. Yura nearly fell back, but managed to hold her stance as she noticed Ichi heading for Guren. She casted one last look at Kakashi, but speeding off. I don't know your reason for this, Kakashi, but you will regret it, Ibiki said while Kakashi didn't speak. The flurries of sword and kunai strikes across the plains would have been a miraculous sight to look at if anyone was watching. The streaks made by Kakashi and Ibiki were truly spectacular. Ibiki threw one of his kunai in Kakashi's direction, but Kakashi effortlessly parried it. Turning a quick eye to his left, he noticed Yugao fending off both Shikamaru and Guren. Her swords parried both Shikamaru's kunai and Guren's crystal blade. Kakashi then turned back to Ibiki. He dodged a swipe of the leg and backflipped away. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Kakashi said mentally as he sent a fireball for Ibiki's direction. Ibiki quickly jumped out of the way of the strike only to notice when Na was behind him. Na flung its chakra-reinforced arm at him. Using the momentum he had already built up, Ibiki flung his body dodging the strike as Na fell to its side. The masked figure looked at him as its arms swayed back and forth. Glaring back, Ibiki cursed as he noticed Kakashi make a run for Guren and Shikamaru. Ibiki frowned as Na flipped over him to guard Kakashi's rear. So you're not as mindless as I thought. But I will teach you pain, Ibiki replied to the non-responsive NE. He turned his head, but a moment to see Aki laughing her ass off in the grasses of the plains as she watched them all fight. He snarled. Something was wrong here. Yugao clashed against Guren's crystal as the two stared at each other. Yugao, talk to me. You're one of Konoha's most loyal shinobi. You wouldn't do this. Guren said, attempting to making any type of conversation. Naturally she didn't get any as Yugao remained silent. Yugao spun her leg and kicked Guren away from her only to see 3 explosive tags fly beneath Guren's body. Yugao covered her body, but a hand from Kakashi took her away from the blast radius as they landed back. Guren's hand slammed the ground. Shotan, Amiwatari no Jutsu, Crystal Release, the God's Crossings technique, Guren called out as a stream of crystals erupted from the ground towards Kakashi and Yugao. The two shinobi ran through the field, moving away from the sharp spikes with haste. They had just enough time to watch Ichi get kicked away courtesy of Iruka and Yura. Hurry Shikamaru, with me. Guren called out. Kakashi and Yugao looked back to see Shikamaru hold up his family's signature hand sign. Kagemain no Jutsu, Shadow Imitation Technique, Shikamaru called out as the shadows wrapped around the crystals. Kakashi quickly flung Yugao through the air before turning back to the crystals and shadows heading for him. Seeing her teammates' predicament, Yugao glanced over to where Guren and Shikamaru were. Yugao took her sword and held it back. Please. Forgive her. Hey 8, I never wanted to use this technique against my own comrades. I made this recently. It would have been good to use earlier, but I have no other options. Please. Forgive me, Yugao said as her sword quickly sparked with lightning. Kakashi looked up into the sky as did everyone else. Yura shielded her eyes as Yugao muttered. Rakuken Giri, lightning sword slash, Yugao spoke as she swung her sword once. Everyone gasped as an arc of a whitish-blue lighting escaped her sword and flung for Shikamaru and Guren. However, it didn't stop there as Yugao swung again, and again, and again. She swung and swung and swung as arcs of lightning escaped her sword. Kakashi quickly moved. Suidan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Bullet Technique, Kakashi said, spewing a large quantity of water from his mouth. Guren and Shikamaru looked at the incoming with wide eyes. Guren sucked her teeth, but to her surprise the attacks quickly converged. Guren shielded her body, but was shocked and the techniques dissipated into a beautiful array of lightning-like crystals. Guren looked up at Yugao and then at Kakashi. The look of relief on their faces clenched it. Guren smirked. Ah. So close. Aki whined as Yugao landed on the ground. Yugao landed just in time to see Na slide across the ground away from Ibiki. Ichi soon followed as it landed near Yugao's feet. Yura now. Iruka shouted as Yugao and Kakashi looked down at the ground. The large ceiling array effortlessly surprised them. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Muzui Kinbaku, Uzumaki Sealing Technique, Absolute Binding Bondage, Yura said as the ceiling moved up Yugao and Kakashi's bodies. They cursed as they couldn't move. Kagemain success. Shikamaru said as his shadow overtook theirs. Fubaku Hajin, sealed bomb square technique, Iruka said as 5 explosive tags appeared around Kakashi, Yugao, Na, and Ichi. Kakashi and Yugao glared back at Team Guren while Aki didn't seem to be laughing anymore. Actually, she appeared to be a little nervous. It's over, Kakashi. I would take you back to Konoha for execution, but it's too dangerous letting you live that long. Who knows what you would do, Guren said while Kakashi looked down and closed his eye. Yugao tightened her fists. Curse sentimentalities. As Kakashi opened his eye and stared at Guren. The woman paused when she saw the Manjikyu Sharingan. What Kakashi was about to do was stupid. It was so stupid it would go down as one of his stupidest ideas yet, but he and Yugao couldn't get caught. Not yet. Not with their teammates in the position that they were. Kakashi tensed as he strained his eyes. Over the plains. Swiftly between Team Guren and Kakashi, and Yugao, a very familiar black hole appeared. Kakashi's eye twitched as he moved it to him. Stop him! Ibiki shouted as they ran forward. However, Kakashi panted. If Obito could do it, then maybe, just maybe. Kakashi, Yugao, Ichi, and No were pulled into the portal as it sucked them away into nothingness, breaking the ceiling structures and techniques that the team had over them. With time, they all vanished from the plains. Guren gasped, as did the others. Only Aki was left in the field. Well, that I didn't expect that, Aki said with a rub of her head until she noticed the portal next to her. Out came Yugao, Ichi, Na, and Kakashi. The male Heineken member dropped to his knee as his eye twitched. Damn, that took too much chakra. As Kakashi and Yugao stared at Guren's team, they all frowned. Yugao was about to take another step forward, but Kakashi grabbed her arm. Looking back at him, Yugao saw Kakashi panting. She sighed. That was right, they had more priorities at the moment. She nodded before she stabbed her sword in the ground. Rakuken Giri, lightning sword slash, Yugao said as lightning ripped through the earth. The ground shook as lightning sprang up from the depths of the underground into a flood over Team Guren. The 2 Jonin and 3 Chunin watched the incoming attack as it obscured their vision of their targets. Shit, Guren said as she quickly moved to intercept. Hijitsu, Shiharai, secret technique, disbursement, came a bold voice. It was hard to see, but Guren was able to make out a man as he dropped to the ground and swung his blade. A large arch of wind slammed into the lightning, quickly pushing through it before scattering the lightning into the upper winds to die out, leaving Team Guren safe. Gurensen. Urasen, the team regained their vision at the sound of the voice and, much to Guren and Yura's surprise, Sure dropped to the ground. He scanned the area. It looked like Kakashi and the rest of the unidentifiable crew were gone. Sure-san. Yura said in surprise as the former Kyumo shinobi nodded. Ibiki, Iruka, and Shikamaru were a little on guard, but by the pat on Shure's shoulder that Guren gave, they figured they could let up a little. Glad to see you, cousin. We're lucky you and Fujikaze arrived when you did, Guren said, sending another wave to the man Naruto had revived in the much earlier days of his summoning. Fujikaze gave a small bow before he sheathed his sword. Guren Dono, I need to ask about the damages here. What has happened? Fujikaze asked. Guren rubbed the back of her head and let out a sigh while Yura looked down a little sadly. Keikaka Shizen and Yugeosen have betrayed Konoha, Yura said solemnly. Sure and Fujikaze shared a glance while Guren grinned. No, they didn't, Guren said, much to the surprise of the group. Troublesome, you know something, don't you? Shikamaru asked while Guren refocused herself. She turned back around. Well, I thank you for the help, cousin. We're still on a mission. Let's pack our things, we're heading straight for Kusa, Guren said. The others quickly saluted her before they grabbed Sure and Fujikaze, then proceeded to run off. Meanwhile, far off, Aki was laughing her ass off as Yugao held an exhausted Kakashi. The bruised Na and Ichi merely ran forward with them as well, never saying a word. Ha 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 ha, see? I told you we would have fun if you attacked them. How did it feel seeing former friends? Aki asked, making Yugao snarl. They aren't old friends, they are still friends and comrades. You will pay dearly for this. Yugao responded with venom laced in her voice. Aki didn't look perturbed by the aggression. She merely smiled as they kept going towards their destination. No. 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 No matter what any of those bastards say, Niken, the man I love, would never follow this organization. This has to be a trick. Niken would rather die than to let people like these call him a king. The same would go for Kushina-chan too. Yuri said as she pounded the walls in front of her while Sasami and Amaru watched. Naruto-kun really has grown up. It really has been 2 years now, Sasami said while Amaru attempted to calm Yuri down. WWE believe you, Yuri-san, but the fact is that everyone else is going to hate them for this, unless they can clear their names. What are we going to do? No one here is going to believe that you are their cousin, and even if they did they would take out all their aggression on you since Naruto-san and Kushina-san are out of reach, Amaru replied. I know. I know. It just pisses me off, Databayan. They're out there ruining Niken's good name and I'm here just letting it happen. Yuri said as she leaned against the cold wall. Sasami sighed, as did Amaru. The three girls merely looked at the room. Humph, so it's their fault. I can't wait to get my hands on them. I'll make them pay for this. Yuri, Sasami, and Amaru heard all of these and both could feel the anger radiating from Yuri. Calm down, Yuri. Being angry isn't going to fix anything. Let's think for a second. If you and I know anything about Naruto-san, it's that he's not going to go along with this. Still, we're stuck here. We have to do something. Sasami said. But we have no chakra except for Yuri-san. How are we going to do that? Amaru asked. I'll fucking claw the damn ground of my cell out with my nails if I have to. I will get out of here. Yuri said with conviction. Sasami placed a finger to her chin. The ground of a cell? The floor possibly? The ground of Yuri's cell. That could work. Yuri, you magnificent bruiser. Sasami said as she hugged Yuri, much to the redhead's confusion. What? What did I say? Hey, let go of me. Sasami, let go of me. Yuri cried while Sasami grinned widely before she began to explain the concepts of her plan to Yuri and Amaru. The regent, Ranmaru and Mu were quickly taking trays of food up to Naruto and Kushina's private chambers. Since the week that the regent had announced Naruto and Kushina as their organization's king and queen, many of the members of their organization had tried to speak with, or at least see a glimpse of them. It was without a doubt in the regent's mind that the rest of the organization was getting restless, but they would just have to put up with it for now. Also, the king and queen had been strangely complacent with their ordeal. The regent figured that after the entire first week, they were beginning to meld into their roles. However, whenever he talked about Kushina or Naruto helping, they were quiet. Perhaps he should post some guards up here. As it stood, the regent felt Ranmaru and Mu were probably good choices, thought given what Mu did last week, perhaps he was doubting that a little. As the three finished walking the flight of stairs, they came up to the wall. Naruto-sama, Kushina-sama, lunch, Ranmaru said joyfully. There wasn't a response. Ranmaru and Mu glanced at each other while the regent narrowed his eyes behind his mask. The three quickly stepped into the wall and appeared on the other side, inside the room. As they came through, Ranmaru grinned while the regent let up his tense stance. The three said nothing as they saw Naruto and Kushina on the bed, sleeping. Ranmaru and Mu settled the plates down gently before exiting. The regent sent them a small look before gave a small bow and left as well. The room was silent for a good 5 minutes before Naruto stirred. He tapped his mother's shoulder, prompting her to waken away well. Shaking her head, Kushina quickly resumed her stance. That was until she opened her eye and saw her son glaring at her. I said I was sorry, Databane. It slipped my mind that I could do this. What do you want from me? Kushina asked with a huff as she folded her arms. Naruto just resigned himself to a sigh as Toka and Sasori came from beneath the structures. Shall we go now, Kushina-sama? Toka asked. Kushina quickly nodded as Sasori and Toka nodded before they disappeared through the walls. Kushina took a deep breath and held out her hands. Naruto took his mother's hands and stilled his breath. Both opened their eyes, showing the pure essence of Honshu coursing through their bodies. Good, now they could see everything Sasori and Toka could see. It was something Naruto had tried to test earlier in the week. If Naruto and his mother were connected via the same power network, then it shouldn't have been impossible for him to transfer over some of his abilities to his mother. So as long as they remained connected, then it was easy for them both to look through Kushina's summon's eyes. How do you feel, Kachin? Naruto asked as Kushina twitched. A little disorientated, Sochi, but I'll deal with it. Let's keep looking, Kushina said with Naruto agreeing with her. The two, through the eyes of Toka and Sasori, made time by looking over the entirety of their newfound home. Naruto and Kushina had to give this organization its credit. The place was insanely massive. It was also complex too. From the outside, it was nothing but a large mansion house on the surface. Underneath it was a labyrinth of tunnels and passages that nearly made Naruto and Kushina dizzy. The one thing that possibly made Naruto angry was the fact of how they were working these people. Prisoners on the 15th floors had it the easiest. They worked in a couple of mine shafts digging up minerals found there. Those of the 610th had a much rougher time. They were all spinning enormous wheels trying to open some door that only looked about a quarter open as it was. Then there was the 11th, 16th floors were not only digging in coal mines, but they were also battling some type of creatures that Naruto couldn't identify. Naruto-sama, Kushina-sama, I am feeling a large flux of chakra to the east, Toka said. Naruto and Kushina could feel it as well and asked for Toka to investigate the chakra. A few series of turns around sharp hallways, Toka turned a final corner and beamed forward. Yuri? Naruto asked as he jumped to his feet. He could see his cousin/lover in her cell pacing the floor as she bit the nail of her thumb. Swiftly, Naruto cut the connection and dropped from his bed. They have Sasuke, Mikoto-san, Zabuza, Haku, Karen, Kamachi, Konan, Yuri, and Sasami. Kachin, we can't stay here. We have to go save them. Naruto said earnestly. I understand that, Sochi, but we are just as trapped as they are. You remember what happened when you tried to use the Kokonyugami and the Jikuyugami here. It backfired heavily. In any case, something is disrupting with the spiritual essence of this place, so we're stuck. If you could use your summons as well, then that would be a different story, but you can't. Sochi, all we can do right now is rely on them, Kushina said. Naruto looked away with a curse. Kushina sighed as she looked back through her summons. Wait, where are Kakashi and Yugao? Kushina asked. Naruto blinked before he looked back out at where Sasori was looking. Saber scanned as many areas as he could, but no trace of neither Kakashi nor Yugao was seen. Naruto blinked before he grinned. They planning something, Databayo? They were outside the blast when we got caught. We just have to show them where we are, Naruto said while Kushina nodded. She quickly spoke. Sasori-san, put a fix on Kakashi and Yugao's chakra signatures and then go to them. Relay everything that I tell you, Kushina said, making Sasori nod. In time, he quickly shot up through the ceilings of the labyrinth and into the sky. He then shot off for Kakashi and Yugao's position. With him gone, Kushina focused back on Toka. Sochi, I just got another awesome idea. Kushina said with a grin that made Naruto shiver. Meanwhile, Yuri stopped her pacing and touched the floor at her feet. Massaging her wrist, she formed a fist. As she knelt down, Yuri was about to slam this floor with all she had according to her friends. Instructions. Yuri, stop. Yuri paused mid-swing as the sound of alert came into her ears. She looked left and right, but found no one in her vicinity. With a gulp, she stood to her feet. Hello? Yuri asked the wind. Kami, she felt stupid right now. Or that was how she felt a moment ago when she noticed a light in front of her that settled into the form of Toka Senju. Tokai-san. What are you doing here? Yuri asked before she noticed Toka land to the ground. Hello Yuri-san, Kushina-sama and Naruto-sama sent me to find you. I will now commence the voiceover, Toka said as she closed her eyes for a brief moment. Yuri looked at Toka before the latter's eyes opened once again. Yuri-chan, are you alright? Suddenly came a deeper voice than Toka's own. It was a voice that could have made Yuri break down crying. The voice of her lover, Uzumaki Naruto. Niken. Is that you? Niken. Yuri said happily while Naruto grinned from his side. Niken, tell me isn't true. Tell me you and Kushina-san are not willingly these bastards' description of their king and queen. Yuri said firmly. Naruto was silent on his end for a moment. Are you crazy? Why would we voluntarily be that to these guys? Naruto told her through Toka's mouth. Yuri chuckled as she wiped a small tear from her eye. Straight from the horse's mouth. I knew. I was telling my friends you didn't do it. But Niken, where are you? Can you teleport to me? Yuri asked. Seeing the action of Toka shaking her head, then Yuri sighed. Yuri, we had a mission to protect the daimyo from terrorists. We don't know his status yet, but they used some weird technique and I tried to counter it with a times top. Ever since then my powers have been weird. We were caught too, but we're like between the first floor and the second floors, Naruto said. This place has floors? Yuri asked incredulously. Sochi, let me talk for a moment, Yuri heard Kushina speak. Naruto moved over as Kushina cleared her throat to talk with Yuri. Yuri, I need you to tell me how you ended up here, Kushina said, and Yuri did so. She explained what she was doing in the village, the people she was talking with, how she, Ebisu, and Shizun were in the field picking medical flowers until all three were captured by people in masks. Which, given the odds, were the same terrorists. I haven't seen any sign of Shizunsen or Iruji since that time, Yuri said, making Kushina place a finger to her chin. She and Naruto shared a glance before Kushina turned to speaking. They might be between the 10th and 15th floors for all we know right now. Listen to me Yuri, you're not as alone as you think. Haku, Zabuza, Kamachi, Karen, Konan, and Mikoto are here also, Kushina said, making Yuri widen her eyes. They were all here? Talk about a stroke of luck. Wait, what about Kakashi-sensei and Yugeo-san? Yuri asked. Kushina had Toka point upwards. The surface as far as we know, but we're hoping we can make another plan, Kushina said. Yuri listened attentively, making nods where she could. I guess that would make sense. Okay, I'll relay it to Sasami-san and Amaru-san, Yuri said, making Kushina and Naruto nod. Good, we'll send Toka over to Haku and the others then to Zabuza and Mikoto to gain further details. Stay safe Yuri, Kushina said, and Yuri gave a thumbs up as Toka faded away, leaving Yuri alone. The room was a little cold, but right now Yuri wasn't worried about that as the heat of her boy matched her passion from the turn of events. Work you rich, bigoted dogs. Work now, the slave driver shouted as he cracked his whip. The moans and groans of those from former power were echoing through the chambers. As they firmly pushed the turning wheel, Conan glanced back to Kamachi and Karen. She nodded. Kamachi nodded as well. Karen gave a small gulp, but nodded. Conan held up 3 fingers, then 2, then point 1. Ah! I can't take this anymore. Kamachi shouted, much to everyone's surprise, as she dashed at Haku. Kamachi shouted as she pushed Haku in the mud. This is your fault. This is all your damn fault. You rich bastards. Who the hell do you think you are to govern over someone else's life? I never should have served you. Now look where my life is. Kamachi shouted as she expertly dodged Haku's body, just trying to slam the mud around them. Enough. That's enough, the driver shouted while Haku tried to fend off Kamachi's attacks. The guards quickly kicked Kamachi off Haku and into the mud. Kamachi coughed before she was apprehended. Your hatred of the nobles is worthy, but now isn't the time for that. Take her to floor 15. Sometimes in the dark mines will do her some good, the driver said as the man carried off Kamachi while the woman was screaming at Haku for the life she put her through. However, Kamachi slowly nodded while Conan, Karen and Haku nodded as well. At Kamachi's strap was a slip of paper from Conan. Kamachi turned back to the dark corridors before she was blindfolded. What are the rest of you looking at? Back to work. The man said as Conan helped Haku to her feet. Haku gave a nod of thanks with a small hand before going back to her work. As Conan returned to Karen, she quickly hid the senbon that Haku had given her. Conan turned back to Karen. The redhead Uzumaki nodded. As they continued turning the wheel, Karen ruffled her clothes before dropping a vial into the mud. She kept turning until it was back at Conan. Effortlessly, Conan picked it up without any attention to herself and continued walking as she slid the vial into her clothes. Awesome, we're here. Aki said as they landed on a rooftop. Yugao gently placed Kakashi on the floor of the room they were in before she started treating him. Kakashi huffed while Yugao turned to Aki. You're going to have to go on your own. Kakashi, can't make the rest, Yugao said, making Aki grin. That's fine or whatever. It's not even far. Ichi and No will be enough. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Aki warned before she swiftly darted away along with Ichi, and Yugao gave her a lasting look before turning back to Kakashi. That was incredibly dumb. How did you know you could do that? Yugao asked while Kakashi weakly smiled. I didn't. My eye can only do it long range, so I had to bring it closer enough to our bodies to suck us in. I won't ever be able to do it to the degree that Obito can, Kakashi admitted. Yugao just soothed him of his worries as she applied some bandages to him. Upon applying bandages to him, Yugao and Kakashi were quickly alerted when a large white light came to them. Yugao quickly moved in front of Kakashi while Kakashi prepared himself for yet another fight, one that he truly hoped he could help combat. However, both were surprised when the light dimmed, showing the body of Sasori. Yugao and Kakashi straightened up. Sasori-san, why are you here? Yugao asked. Sasori glanced around the room for a moment before turning back to Kakashi and Yugao. Kushina-sama sent me. I was to tell you the location of the place she and Naruto-sama are captured in. Do you have a map? Sasori asked. Kakashi chuckled as he leaned up. That might not matter soon, Sasori. Terrorists hardly ever keep their word. I'm sure she'll take us back the organization more as prisoners than anything else, but that does give me a good idea, Kakashi said with a small grin. As Yugao quickly helped Kakashi to his feet, the one-eyed Jonin quickly summoned Pakken. Yo Kakashi, you look like shit, Pakken said while Kakashi offered an eye smile. Same old Pakken. The Heineken member quickly ripped off a part of his clothing to the dog. Give this to Guren. Her team should be here in a few hours. Have them tail us back to wherever she plans to take us. Sasori will explain the direction on this map, Kakashi said, pulling out a map from his general pouch. Yugao narrowed her eyes while Pakken blinked. He then quickly bowed and took the clothing and scroll into his mouth before opting to hide. Less than 10 minutes later, Aki returned triumphant. Alright, we'll rest here and then tomorrow we will head back to the site. Oh, don't worry, we're not running back. Got a little one-way trinket right here. Here and back. Poof. My own design. Genius, right? Aki asked. Kakashi and Yugao didn't share in her joy nor her amusement for obvious reasons. Did you get what you came here for? Kakashi asked. He turned to the left to see Na and Ichi over him and Yugao. Suddenly, everything went dark. And how? Let's get out of here. Aki said before a flash of light overcame them and they disappeared in the brightness. Pakken watched them leave before he stifled a breath. Truly he prayed that Guren and her team got here soon. Meanwhile, Sasori just glared at the place the woman had just knocked out his master's teammates. Sasami and Amaru stared at Yuri like the Uzumaki had grown a second head, though judging by the wide smile on her face they couldn't help but feel they were missing something, especially with what she just told them. You can't expect me to believe that, can you? Sasami asked. Yuri grinned widely as she wagged her finger back and forth. It doesn't matter, we have to save Niken. If we can get him out of the cell he's in, then I think he can help us all get away. We can get out of here. Yuri exclaimed. Sasami and Amaru glanced to each other. But from what you've told us, Naruto's team is captured as well. How is that supposed to help us? Amaru asked. Yuri faltered for a moment. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she straightened up. Niken has certain contacts that can tell some of his team's missing members. Yuri said. Sasami leaned against the cold surface of the stone walls. Amaru glanced between the both of them before Sasami leaned up from the walls. That might work. If we can get the Konoha Shinobi to help us mount into a fighting force, then we might stand a chance of getting out of here. Sasami said, making Yuri nod. But we have no way of contacting Naruto-san or Kushina-san. Plus no one here is really fond of them at the moment. How are we supposed to do anything? Amaru asked, which made Yuri suddenly smile. She then snapped her fingers. I got it. Yuri said, making Sasami and Amaru raise their eyebrows. That night, Yuri waited for the regular guards to pass her by. With the lights from their flashlights gone, Yuri slowly slid from the bed. This is single-handedly your dumbest idea yet, Sanbai said while Yuri quickly stood to her feet and created a shadow clone. You're just jealous of my insanely cute points for optimism, Databayan. Now help me with this. I have no weapons. Help me make water fast enough and hard enough to cut through stone, Yuri said. Isabu's eye twitched slightly before he sighed. Fine, girly. Follow my instructions, Sanbai said as Yuri quickly summoned a shadow clone. The clone hopped in bed while Yuri gently moved underneath her bed. 20 minutes passed by as the next guard patrol came. He glared at her cell for a moment before passing as well. With a small sigh under the bed, Yuri quickly formed another hand sign. Suetun, Kyusaku Toki no Jutsu, water release, rapid point pressure technique, Yuri said as she blew a heavy stream of hot, rapid water into the stone beneath her. Yuri concentrated for a good 5 minutes before she finally found success. Stopping her jutsu, she dug her nails into the stone and heaved up the slab before kicking it to the side. With a small huff, Yuri wiped her brow. She then quickly grunted as she slid through the hole in floor. Slightly surprised by the speeds at which she was falling, Yuri dropped to a lower floor and glanced left and right. Okay, Yuri, decide, left or right? Left or right? Just pick. Sanbai bellowed. Shrugging her shoulders, Yuri quickly shot to the left. She hid herself in the darkness as she watched some guards pass her by. She looked past a wall. She could see an empty corridor. According to Niken, this place has floors. I have to find out which floor he's on first, Yuri said as she slipped up her dark garbs. She then moved through the halls. With some luck she finally made it to a crossroads. 3 paths to take. Looking at the 3 of them, Yuri quickly opened for the right one and went running. As she ran, Yuri could hear the slap of her shoes on the wet ground. The lights of the cavern flickered over her pacing form as she moved into a series of more tunnels. Now there was a cavern of tunnels at least 3 or 4 layers up. Yuri sighed as she leaned herself against the wall. Okay Yuri, you've got this. So what if you can sense them? You've gotten out of worser situations than this. Yuri said to herself. If chakra wasn't going to work then she would just have to go back the conventional methods. Getting to her knees, Yuri places her ear to the ground. Footsteps fast approaching. 5 men to the east. Yuri hid herself in the shadows of the light and she stilled her breath. Yes, I have just given our king and queen their food. They seem to be very hungry. Do you think they will produce an heir soon? Yuri heard someone ask. She peered through the darkness and her eyes narrowed, but the Sanbai forcefully shut down her killing intent as she noticed the same woman in the mask that had effectively kicked Yuri's ass back in Konoha along with a boy who seemed even younger than Yuri did. Who knows? We will have to wait and see Ranmaru. We have the time now, she said. Yuri peered over the wall as she noticed the woman in the mask looking down. Slowly Yuri stiffened as the woman's mask raised to the exact eye level of Yuri. Yuri didn't move. Luckily the woman didn't seem to notice. Ah, you're no fun Okuzen, Ranmaru said before the 2 walked off leaving Yuri alone in the vastness of the corridors. This way? Yuri asked before she quickly started running to the east of the first layer tunnel. About an hour of uneventfulness happened as Yuri stopped to take a break. She huffed and looked around. If she wasn't lost before then she was hella sure she was lost now. With a quick ping of her chakra Yuri paused. There was a chakra close to her. As far as she could tell it was a little smaller than her own, but it was somebody. I guess I could investigate, Yuri said as she ran forward. With unsteady breath she peered over the wall. There was a cell with a locked door. Slowly, Yuri moved up to the cell door. She peered inside. The sounds of chaining rattling filled her ears. It was dark inside. The creaking of the chains were grinding on her nerves, but she tried not to pay them any mind. Anyone in here? Yuri asked silently. Get lost. I'm trying to think, or are you going to give me another philosophical lesson on my thinking? The voice asked. Yuri blinked before the voice finally registered to her. Her eyes lit up as she looked into the cell. Sasuke-san. Yuri said excitedly. The voice didn't speak for a moment. Sasuke stared up at the cell doors and the look that was being given to him almost forced a smile on his face. Only one person could have eyes that playful besides Naruto. Yuri? Sasuke asked. He watched the figure's head nod repeatedly. So many questions went through Sasuke's head as he heard the lock break. The door bursted open as Yuri stepped inside. Niken was right. All of you really are here, Yuri said. Sasuke raised an eyebrow for a moment before shaking his head. You talked to the loser? What did he say? Sasuke asked as Yuri quickly got to work on Sasuke's braces. He sent one of Kushina's summons to me. They have some plan in motion. I escaped my cell for a few moments to try and find Niken. I guess I found you instead, Yuri said while she working on the locks of Sasuke's hands. Naruto's down here? Sasuke asked rather urgently. The sound of the locks being worked over stopped. Sasuke turned his head and deadpanned upon seeing Yuri's face. Down? I went down? Yuri asked. Sasuke sighed, and if he had free rein over his hands then he would have smacked the Uzumaki over the head. He just settled for nodding his head while Yuri went back to working on the shackles. As she worked, Sasuke asked her how she had gotten here, to which she recalled the same story she told Naruto and Kushina. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as Yuri spoke. So the Hokage's personal assistant and a jonin named Ebisu were here also. Niken also told me that this place has floors. I guess I took a wrong turn somewhere. We've only been blindfolded when traveling. I guess this place is more complex than I thought, Yuri said, making Sasuke snort. He just slowly nodded before a heavy clanking could be heard. Sasuke looked down and noticed the chains from his arms on the ground. Groaning, Sasuke stretched his arms. He heard the cracking of stiff joints before his legs were freed as well. Flipping down, Sasuke stood on the ground. Nice work, Yuri, Sasuke praised. Yuri nodded as she watched Sasuke move about the room. They took my sword. Alright, Yuri, go back up if you can and find the loser and Kushina-san. I'll go find the others. Be prepared. Once they know I'm gone they will alert this place, then we'll both be in danger. Try not to get caught, Sasuke said. Yuri swiftly nodded before giving Sasuke a swift hug. Sasuke turned a small glare at her. Don't glare at me, jerk. I'm happy you're alright. I get one. Yuri demanded before she stuck out her tongue, headed for the door and then left. Sasuke watched her disappear into the halls before he turned in the opposite direction. He looked back at his room for a moment before narrowing his eyes. Sasuke quickly exited his prison cell and ran off through the halls. His Sharingan active, Sasuke moved through the halls. It was dark, but he could roughly see through the walls. Numerous chakra signatures littered the tunnels. Sasuke was actually surprised that so many had been around, but the Uchiha knew he had to be cautious, if only because this group had some way of masking their chakra completely so they wouldn't show up for Sasuke. Another thing that surprised Sasuke was the fact that so many chakra signatures were from Genin, Chunin, Jonin and even former ambulevel shinobi, not just civilians. As Sasuke turned a corner he looked out from his back. He could hear the sound of footsteps and his vision pointed out someone walking. Sasuke quickly hid in the darkness. As one of the guards came over the corner, Sasuke snatched her from the side. His hand over her mouth, Sasuke's eyes flared red in the darkness. Where is your weapon storage? Tell me now or I'll take my time frying your insides, Sasuke said with a fierce glare. His captive shivered in place as she turned her head to see the ferocious glare of Sasuke's Sharingan upon her form. T10th floor, she said. Sasuke closed his eyes for a brief moment. With a sharp snap of her neck, Sasuke left the corner and continued on his way. Guren, Ibiki, Iruka, Shikamaru and Yura swiftly darted through the trees after Pakken. You knew that Kakashi-san would try some kind of method to contact us? Why didn't you say anything? Ibiki asked as Guren continued running after Kakashi's summon. Because there is always the possibility that I could be wrong. I didn't want to get your hopes up. Now let's hurry up. We have no idea what the situation is and for all we know it could be a trap, Guren said. Perhaps you would like to seal off the perimeter first? Iruka asked. Guren placed a finger to her chin as they continued running. I don't think we have that kind of time. Keep your wits about you guys. We're moving in. Guren said. Team Guren swiftly nodded with Sure and Fujikaze bringing up the rear. With time, the surroundings gave Guren more and more worry as they were beginning to leave trees which gave way to rough terrain, rock, crevices, and other earthly platforms. Quickly Guren stopped to a halt as the others did so as well. Why are we stopping? Yura asked as Guren looked over the mountain pass. It was sort of obvious now that Guren knew where they were going. This is Iwagakure's territory, right? If we're caught then they can hold us for trespassing, Iruka said. Yura stiffened while Shikamaru rubbed the back of his head. But it's without a doubt that Kakashi and perhaps the source of this entire incident is over that range, Ibiki said. Shikamaru took a small walk forward. There were plenty of shadows that they could blend into the background, but so could IWA Shinobi. They would truly be out of their element if they decided to do this. Troublesome, we're literally between a rock and a hard place. If we go, then we hold the risk of being captured. If we don't go, then we might be condemning our friends to death, Shikamaru said. That didn't serve to make Yura any more comfortable about the situation. A shinobi who doesn't take risks will never become a true shinobi. You would know that. From my exam, Nara, Ibiki said. Just remembering the event gave Shikamaru a headache. All I know is some of my family is over there and an Uzumaki never leaves their family behind. Yura said heatedly. Guren gave a small smile with a sharp nod, as did the others. Well said, Yura. Let's go put an end to this ordeal, Guren said as she dropped into the crevice. The others quickly followed her lead into the depths below. As they landed down, Pakken picked up Kakashi's scent. This way. We're not far, Pakken said. Guren nodded and asked for him to lead them. Pakken did just that and began to walk with the others behind him. Meanwhile, Yuri huffed as the heat of the tunnels was beginning to get to her. It had been 2 hours since she last freed Sasuke. Now that she thought about it, it must have been night time if they hadn't called for everyone to be out of their cells just yet. Yuri was happy, that meant it would give her more time, but as it stood she didn't want to take any more chances. Looking over the hallways, Yuri found a flight of stairs. She looked up the flight of stairs and gawked. I don't have to climb all of that. Oh Niken, you are so fucking me when I rescue you, Databayan. Yuri said before she swiftly got to her feet. She ran up the flight of dark stairs in a hurry. The stairs began to ascend in a spiral fashion. Yuri didn't relent in her pursuit as she neared the top of the stairs. It had seemed that all her efforts had paid off as she finally took a step onto the next floor and made it to where she needed to be. Hide! Sanbai shouted at her. Yuri jumped up as she heard footsteps walking in her direction. She looked left and right. The hallway was hollow. There was no place she could hide. Shit. Yuri said to herself as the guard came around the corner. Looking up, the guard continued walking as he noticed nothing out of the ordinary from when he had come up the stairs. He looked around for a brief moment before he walked down the long flight of stairs. As his foot stepped on a platform, he kept descending. However, underneath that stair platform had been Uzumaki Yuri hanging upside down with the remains of her chakra to keep her attached to the surface. Yuri exhaled a tired sigh and grinned. Nice save, Yuri said with a thumbs up to Sanbai. The three-tailed Bijou shook his head. Truly, he almost missed Yagura given this girl's denseness. Yuri quickly righted herself and appeared back on the stairs. Quickly appearing back in the hallway, Yuri continued her trek. Thank Kami above that it wasn't long before she came up to a lit cell door. Hi Kushina-sama, I have contacted Kakashizen and Yugeo-san. Last I saw, one of Kakashi's Ninken was leading team compiled of Guren-san, Yuri-san, Ibiki Marino, Irika Yumano, and a Nara. Towards this location, Yuri heard someone speak. She widened her eyes. Thank you, Sasori. You may dispel, Kushina said as Sasori bowed and then gently vanished into the air. Yuri could see Naruto tapping his foot on the floor impatiently on the ground while Kushina held her head in her hands. Overwhelming happiness flourished through Yuri's being. Niken! Yuri exclaimed, forcing Naruto and Kushina to jump. If someone asked Yuri how she felt when Naruto's eyes settled over here, then she would have told them that it was like being there in front of the gates of some form of paradise that brought peace to her spirit. Yuri? Yuri! Naruto said as he ran to the door as Yuri ripped the mask she wore off her face and dropped it to the ground. Yuri's face beamed as Naruto's hands caressed her face. The tears that fell down drifted to Naruto's fingertips. Naruto gave the brightest smile he could while Yuri returned it. Naruto swiftly wasted no time in capturing Yuri's lips in a kiss that sent electrifying chills down the girl's body. The feelings of a long desire welled within her body as Yuri's hands familiarized themselves with the spiky, blonde hair of her cousin. Her tongue felt the familiar taste of Naruto's flavor. "I missed you. I missed you so much, Dadabayan." I thought, Yuri said while Naruto just smiled. He soothed her words as he whispered sweet nothings into her ears. "Shushh, it's alright, Yuri-chan. I'm here, Dadabayo," Naruto said as Yuri slowly nodded. Kami, if only the door separating them wasn't there. As Yuri backed away, Naruto held onto the bars while Kushina walked up. "How did you find us, Yuri?" Kushina asked. Yuri quickly cleared her throat for the lengthy talk that was about to come. "I created a clone and escaped from the floor of my cell. I spent about 3 or 4 hours running around in circles or through other tunnels. I found Sasuke," Yuri exclaimed. "Is he alright?" Naruto asked. Yuri nodded. "A little chakra exhausted, but I gave him a solider pill and got him to escape. As I said, I got lost going up and down floors, but I finally made it here. I think the direction Sasuke was going was to the lower floors. Most likely to get everyone else," Yuri exclaimed. Naruto slowly nodded while Kushina frowned. "Still, how could you come up to the door?" "We tried many times to open it and it's built harder than anything my understanding can fathom," Kushina said while Yuri slowly nodded, unsure of where this was going. However, she continued. "I also made some other friends who want to escape along with us. Apparently one of them knows Uniken," Yuri said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. "Does Fuma Sasami-san ring a bell to you?" Yuri asked. Naruto folded his arms and delved into his memories. It didn't take long before Naruto widened his eyes as he grabbed the bars. "Sasami's here? Why? What happened to her clan?" Naruto asked rather worriedly. Based on her son's reaction, Kushina had surprised that Naruto knew this person before she had been revived. "She told me that her whole clan is here. Apparently many of the clans from various nations around the world were captured or destroyed," Yuri spoke. Naruto frowned as he looked down while Kushina placed a finger to her chin. "Yuri, you said you let Sasuke go. Does he have a plan in mind?" Kushina asked. Yuri shook her head. "I don't know. I left before he could, but he told me to be ready because if they don't know he's gone now then they are going to know soon enough and this place is going to be a hive of activity," Yuri said. Naruto and Kushina glanced to each other before Kushina sighed. "Listen to me, Yuri. I have a very important mission for you. Tomorrow when the alerts go off I want you to," Yuri nodded and nodded as Kushina continued to speak instructions. When Kushina finished talking, Yuri gave a final nod. "That's a lot to do, but I got it." "Okay, I'll be going," Yuri said. Kushina and Naruto nodded, with Naruto giving Yuri one last kiss to the lips as the young redhead shot off into the darkness. Naruto and Kushina watched her go before Kushina turned back to her son. "Alright Sochi, you have probably 7 or 8 hours to teach me as much about Death Sage mode as possible," Kushina said with a small smile on her face. Naruto widened his eyes while Kushina's smile brightened. Naruto released a tired sigh as Kushina sat on the floor. Naruto followed her. Truthfully, he wished that someone would just come and take him now. On the 10th floor, Sasuke glared past a doorway. He quickly scanned the area. Detecting no presence or pressure, he swiftly moved to the front of the door. He grabbed the handle before coating his right fingers with lightning. Sasuke quickly melted the gears of the locks and kicked the door in. As Sasuke stepped inside, the lights flickered on, showing the vast number of weaponry in Sasuke's vision. Mountain upon mountains of swords, axes, clubs, and other weaponry could be seen by him. Sasuke looked around. This could take a while. About half an hour passed as Sasuke removed another sword. With a grunt, Sasuke reached for a handle. He kept reaching and reaching while simultaneously trying not to cut himself on any of the weaponry. He found something that grazed his fingertips. Clutching it, Sasuke yanked it from the pile. As Sasuke hoisted the sword into the air, he widened his eyes. This sword. It's not possible. Naruto, Sakura and I destroyed this. How can the Raijin no Ken be here? Sasuke asked aloud as he gripped the sword handle. The familiar flare of the blade-shaped lightning brought Sasuke back to old memories of Aoi Rokusho. Sasuke swung the sword multiple times. Well, he would have to investigate that later. Strapping the sword to his backside, Sasuke continued his search. He looked over the pile before, after a few more vain attempts, finally found success in a very familiar hilt. Sasuke pulled out the Kusanagi and watched it glimmer in the light of the storage facility. Sasuke gave a sharp nod. A few more minutes, and a lot more frustration later, Sasuke finally managed to pick up Mikoto, Zabuza, and Yugao's blades as well. He quickly sealed them away along with a few other blades that piqued the Uchiha's interest. Sasuke looked back at the weapons cache before he ran off, but not before turning off the light and slamming the door shut. Okay then, now onto the lower floors, Sasuke said to himself. He quickly moved himself through a solid corridor. Hey, easy with them. I plan to show Mizuki-san my new playthings. Sasuke quickly ducked down into the cover of darkness. He looked out into the tunnel and the sight surprised him. He watched as an unconscious Kakashi and Yugao were slung over the arms of two unidentifiable servants. This was a word Sasuke would use to describe them. The woman who was walking in from the servants had a wide smile on her face while Sasuke turned a fierce glare towards them. He shivered as one of the servants stopped and looked in his direction. Sasuke quickly hid himself in the darkness as he watched the servant look his way, a little confused. It tilted its head to the side before Sasuke watched the woman smack it over the head. Hurry up, dummy. We're behind schedule. Our king and queen only deserve the best, she said as they disappeared down the hall. Sasuke watched them go before he narrowed his eyes. It looked like the lower floors would have to wait. Sasuke tailed the three members as closely and quietly as he could. They proceeded through several corridors and Sasuke was actually a little worried he would have gotten lost, but that didn't stop him from trying to tail the woman anyway. Perhaps it didn't help that her two little minions seemed to have some unnatural way for being aware of him that he didn't know about. They seemed to know he was there, or at least thought someone was there. Sasuke would have to be careful around them. As Aki took Kakashi and Yugao inside her large doors, Sasuke dashed to the ground. He touched the doors for a moment. They were cold. Big surprise there. However, suddenly Sasuke heard screaming. It sounded like Yugao screaming. Quickly, Kakashi-san, I don't have all day. I'm going to need an answer out of both of you. Just think of what we could do together. We could topple the very Shinobi system if only you stopped being stubborn. Sasuke heard Aki say. She was only met with silence. Suddenly more screaming came that Sasuke couldn't see, but now Sasuke thought he could hear Kakashi in an unfavorable position as well. Sasuke balled his fists. Let it be known that Uchiha Sasuke was a prick, but no one messed with his team and lived with it. Hey you! You can't be here. Sasuke widened his eyes as he turned around to see a guard running at him with a sword. Sasuke snorted before his right arm was coated in lightning. Perfect timing. Sasuke needed a little stress relief. The guard shouted as he ran at Sasuke while the Uchiha snorted. Chidori! Sasuke cried as he and the guard clashed. Meanwhile, Aki widened her eyes to the explosion that happened outside her doors. With a small snarl turned off the electric device. Kakashi and Yugao slumped their bodies as they looked up weakly. Ugh, people all day today. Don't you move now, my pets. Aki said with a wink before she walked out the door. What's going on out here? Aki asked as she noticed a guard with a dead man in his arms. Apologies. One of the prisoners escaped. It seems he made his way over here. I killed him before he could inflict any harm on you, the guard said while Aki looked down at the man with the pierced hole in his chest laying dead at her feet. Idiot. He should know by now that there is no escape from here. Good work. Just put it with the pile, Aki said, and the guard quickly nodded. Also, Regent Sama has sent for me to retrieve you, Akasama, with this letter. The regent demands your attention, the guard said, giving her the note. Aki took the note and opened it for a moment before, much to the guard's surprise, she ignited it in white fire and dropped it to the ground. Nah, Ichi, get over here. Aki said as she walked off. The two servants walked off as well, leaving the door opened with the guard. For a few minutes the guard did nothing before he walked through the doors and into Aki's room. As he walked into the room he could see so many tools made for torture, but he could also see a semi-lab in the area. Many flasks, scopes, and chemical agents could be seen. The guard then heard two groans. He looked up and noticed Kakashi and Yugao strapped to some type of table suspended in the air. The guard looked at the controls to the machine. He quickly coated his left arm in lightning before stabbing his hand into the machine. The circuitry exploded as Kakashi and Yugao's straps unlocked and they fell to the floor. The guard tore off his mask revealing Sasuke. Kakashi, Yugao, you two alive? Sasuke asked. Kakashi groaned while Yugao tried to stand. Both could see the hazy image of Sasuke before Yugao shook her head. Hurt, but alive. How did you find us? Yugao asked. Sasuke retold the story while he gave them some emergency first aid that he could provide. Once he brought Kakashi and Yugao to speed, he helped them to their feet. If that's the case, then we don't have much time. She'll come back here and the alarms will raise. We have to go and rescue the others, Kakashi said. Sasuke snorted a response before he slung their arms over his shoulder and proceeded to walk them out of Aki's chamber. I'm currently on my way to the lower floors to go get the others and organize something. The Dobe and Kushina are somewhere else, Sasuke said. The two nodded as Sasuke had them duck into the shadows. He continued to help them along as fast as he could. They had to get away from here as fast as they could. Aki frowned as she continued to stomp her way over to the regent's room. Upon reaching her destination she knocked on the door. It didn't take long for it to open. You really like ruining my fun, don't you? Aki asked. The regent didn't pay her much mind and walked past her. It's not about your fun. It's about what is best for this organization and our king and queen. Do you have the device? The regent asked. Aki didn't seem amused. You should have told me in your letter to bring it with me. I left it on my desk back in my chambers. Oh yeah, speaking of my chambers, our guards caught one of the men trying to escape. I would suggest you tighten security, Aki said, making the regent's eyes narrow. No matter. It was done without much alert. Let's go back to your room and get the device. Once we place it in the contraption, then doors will open without any more hassle, the regent said, making Aki nod with a wide grin on her face. However, that grin wasn't going to stay for very long. The reason that grin wasn't going to stay for very long was the damage that Aki had seen done to her room. Kakashi and Yugao were gone and about half her lab was destroyed. Her servants and the regent watched Aki ball her fists. She snarled as she grabbed her hair. Kuso. I'll kill them all. Aki roared. The regent frowned as the immense pressure of Aki's spirit began to showcase itself. This is what happens when you play too much Aki, the regent said. He was very, very much unamused by these circumstances. Closing his eyes, the regent pulled out a button. He looked at it before he closed his eyes and pushed it. Very far off, Sasuke was still holding Kakashi and Yugao before the sounds of blazing alarms came off. Sasuke cursed while Kakashi and Yugao groaned. "Heh, looks like we're caught now," Kakashi said with an eye smile. Yugao shook her head while Sasuke just cracked his neck and continued moving along even while the annoying sound of alarms came into his ears. Somehow, someway, Yuri made it back into her room just in time as the alarms went off. Yuri quickly swallowed the lump in her throat as she saw guards run by the hundreds past her cell. "All prisoners out," one of the guards yelled. Yuri's cell opened before she was forced out and pushed into the crowd of panicked people. She could hardly hear herself think with everything going on. People pushed up against her as she tried walking through the tight hallways. However, despite all of this, Yuri grinned. "Guess it's time I tried for Kushina's plan now," Yuri said to herself as she was pushed into the main hall. In the lower levels, Konan, Haku and Karen were wide awake as they were pushed into a central tunnel along with the other nobles and slaves. The three glanced to each there before Konan nodded. Haku and Karen both nodded as well. It seemed that they were going to have to move forward with whatever they had planned right now. In the very lower levels of the maze, there was blood. There was so much blood it was intoxicating. The alarms even resounded down there as bodies continued to pile up. One guard shivered as one of his comrades fell down to the dirt ground beheaded by the assailants. "And no, someone. Help em." The cry couldn't even completely leave his lips. Before his head was dislocated from his shoulders. His headless body twitched before it dropped to the ground. "I'm finished with my end." "Zabuzasan, are you done?" Mikoto asked, wiping her hands with a dirty towel to free the blood from it. "Nothing to worry about from the dead over here," Zabuza said. Mikoto nodded before looking back to see Kamachi help Shino up a flight of stairs. Shine thanked her as they finished. "It looks like something happened, otherwise these alarms wouldn't be going off," Zabuza said. Mikoto and Kamachi agreed. "Either it's a rebellion like we're doing or someone's escaped. We should take this advantage now and slip away in all the confusion," Kamachi opted. Zabuza and Mikoto figured that was a fair deal. "Is this why we're freeing all of the other people?" Shino asked. Mikoto nodded. "Yes, we should be able to find your student in all of this chaos. Though I wouldn't think for a moment that they would let this happen so easily. They will fight us in some way, shape, or form. This could spell disaster for us," Mikoto said, making the others nod as they continued on their way. Kushina leaned forward and coughed as her white hair vanished, bringing back her beautiful, red hair. Naruto held her as she panted. "Well, that's unfortunate, Databane. We only had 2 to 3 hours. Looks like they know something is up." "Be ready, Sochi," Kushina said. Naruto quickly nodded as he stood to his feet. "I feel it, Kacchan." "My Honshu is returning," Naruto said with a small grin on his face. Kushina merely smiled tiredly. Far off, Pain stood at the top of a tree. He looked to the west. The sun was slowly beginning to form over the horizon. He closed his eyes for a moment. There is a large gathering of chakra in that direction. I suppose that is a decent place to start looking. Those who would dare hurt God's angel will know the wrath of God. Pain said as he quickly shot off for his destination. Right behind him were 5 other beings that ran with him towards his destination. His form got smaller and smaller as he disappeared into the trees. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. Guys, make sure to help the author by visiting the link in the description. This is Fox Sage, and I'm signing off.